Commissioners to order. It is Wednesday, August the 2nd, 2017 at 9 a.m. JD, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Certainly. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Catton.
Here.
Commissioner Hood.
Present.
Commissioner Prince.
Here.
Attorney Clint Smith.
Present.
And Clerk to the Board Kelly Camper present.
Thank you very much. At this time, do we have any additions or amendments to the agenda?
I do.
I do not, Mr.
Okay, we will accept the agenda as published. Audience introduction, please. Then we'll start with the gentleman over here, if you would, please.
Bill Geipel.
Bob Gallen.
Jackie Bubis for the Sentinel.
Dan Fisher.
Yvette Big Eagle Stanley.
Louis?
Louis Devaney.
J.D. Henrich.
Janae Chester.
Elizabeth Harmon.
Thank you all very much. The reason we do this is so we do have a record of your voices as we try to record is something we need to try to identify in the minutes later. Okay, we have at this time any public comments from the audience. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I said my name is Yvette Big Eagle Stanley, and I live in the Silver Cliff Heights subdivision. And I'm here to complain about the damn roads out there. And I've talked to Mr. Prince on the phone about it. All the county roads are really bad now since this rain. Got potholes every damn where. It throws you off the road. It's so bad. I pay taxes in this county, and I want them fixed. I mean, there's no excuse for that kind of road. And it's all of them, 271 to 264 to 265. Those are the county roads that I drive every day. And I'm handicapped. I just had a liver transplant. I don't need to be bumped around on those damn roads. I want them fixed. I pay my taxes. I'm sure all these people pay their taxes as well. And I don't know any of these folks here, but I'm so mad about that. And then we also have another subject that is a major concern where I live. Our road is off a T where the assessor was naming the roads back in '84 is what I'm told. And they didn't have a name for our road. So they just named it off of the road that was closest to where our property is. So there's two Stephen Drives. And we've just adjusted to that. We have a new person that has moved in. They're still building. Their pipes are still coming out of the ground. There's not a house there. And they've decided to call themselves Marcy Road. Well, I get my medications delivered UPS and a lot of oxygen. I'm on oxygen at night. They come up the road and they see Marcy Drive and they turn around and they don't deliver it. They go back and I don't get my deliveries because of that one house, that one property that's named Marcy Drive, when everybody else from our property on up is Stephen Drive. And I've got their names. They've asked me to talk to you guys about that. And we all just want to stay Stephen Drive. And so I would ask Mr. Prince to get that handled.
I would like to ask you a couple of questions, if I may.
Okay?
Who told you that the assessor named the roads?
The assessor. I called the assessor.
The assessor's sitting right behind you, ma'am. Would you care to respond, JD?
I can tell you about the conversation. The assessor does not name the roads. The developer names the roads. And that area, the developer named Stephen Drive and Marcy Drive, and there's a road that connects the two.
That's my road.
That road is not named by the developer. In 1980, not the assessor, a group that was hired by the county to come in and address things, they could not address those lots because that road isn't named. So when it's not named, they address to the nearest named road. Now, because you got Stephen here, Marcy here, and the road that cuts between them, some of those lots are closest to Marcy.
One lot.
Excuse me, ma'am, may you finish, please?
Okay.
There are about 3 or 4. Some of the lots are closest to Marcy, some are closest to Stephen. So the ones that are closest to Stephen, they addressed off Stephen. The ones that are closest to Marcy, they addressed off Marcy. Mrs. Stanley called me, I explained this to her. I said, you have three options as I see it. One is you can leave it alone and talk to the UPS driver because she told me he's the one that's having the problems. I said, you can go where it splits. I kind of told her right where it splits, and I've got a map that shows where it splits. You could put a sign there that says Stephen drive this way, Marcy drive this way, or you can get the people together, petition it, get them to agree on a road name, and ask the commissioners to rename the road. Now, I don't think you could rename it Stephen Drive because there's already a Stephen Drive, but that would be up to you. But the assessor does not name the roads. I did not address those roads. That was all done. But I've got all the documentation for it. I've talked with her about it. I talked with the neighbor about it. So that's the
Okay.
situation.
I think what we would let just a moment, I think, ma'am, the simplest solution to that is to rename the road. We have, just a minute, we have done this in other areas where we have roads that have two names where it's confusing. And if we want, then you folks suggest a name to us of what you would like it to be called. If it doesn't conflict, if it doesn't conflict with other roads in the county, so we don't have two roads of the same name that emergency services doesn't know where to respond to, we'd be very happy to address it. Now I'll let,
Ms. Stanley, first of all, we spoke at length, and I suggested you come address
Yeah.
with the concerns of your roads, and thank you for doing that, because we can't fix a problem unless we know there's a problem.
Right.
Okay. My biggest distress when you said to me that Road and Bridge does not maintain your road ever, and it's a county road, you explained you pay your taxes, and I said to you, that is unacceptable. And that's really the reason I asked you to come. So I just wanted to kind of clarify with you why I asked you to come.
I would have came anyway.
Well, very glad you did. Okay. Commissioner Katnig is responsible for the Road and Bridge Department, and I felt it was important, rather than me just relay that information to him, I wanted him to hear it directly from you. So we're very attentive to these kind of questions. Certainly we had no idea this was going on. So.
Right.
ma'am, we have a record of every road we work on every day for the last 10 years. I'm going to go back and ask them to pull up the maintenance records on those roads.
Please.
Where you say it's never been maintained, I want to see if that's in fact the case.
I never said they've never been paid.
Number two, I would like you to realize that right now is a bit of a stressful time in the county. We have 375 miles of road to maintain. We have a limited road crew. If you want to have more maintenance on the roads other than what we can do with the equipment and the manpower we have, and the county wants to appropriate more taxes to make more money available to road and bridge, we can increase the amount of services that we have. But our road crew is out there working in a lot of areas, and we have I think 4 or 5 maintainers is all. And with the roads that we have, we have a lot of miles of road. I appreciate where you are. You said there wasn't any maintenance on 371?
271.
Oh, 271, okay.
264 and 265. They're all county roads.
I am not comfortable with you being in a situation that you need medical supplies and aren't getting those. That has to be addressed,
Right.
and we'll do what we can. But at the same time, it's unfortunate that folks come to the county, and if this were in the city, it would be easier and more resources to do it.
And we totally
And when we get in the
understand
county,
that.
and when we get in the county, there's times that things aren't quite what we want. But I will be happy to visit with them. I appreciate your concerns. Everybody, not only from the standpoint of a medical condition, ma'am, but as we have truck holes and issues with county roads, it increases the maintenance of our vehicles. It increases the cost of maintaining them in alignment. There's lots of things to do. And I will be seeing our road people again today, but we will bring it to their attention. As an example, ma'am, yesterday we hauled 58 loads of debris from one bridge in Wetmore. That took a large amount of our road crew. We don't anticipate this. And I know that your roads are washed up. When it rains in Custer County for the last, since the first road was built, they do sustain some damage. But I do appreciate your concern, and it's something that how do I say this? If we find that there's an issue that needs to be addressed immediately, we will get out there as quick as we can. And I know we've got damage on a lot of our county roads right now because of the rains the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Can
But,
I just,
yes, Pam, and then I'll get to you, Louis.
the cattle guards are the worst places because I don't know why those wash out the worst, but there's 4 of them on all 3 of those roads that are the worst. So if they can focus on those, that would be awesome. And I have the names of the other residents that want to stay Stephen Drive. We have everything under the sun named Stephen Drive. Our checks, our bank cards, our credit cards, everything is under Stephen Drive.
I have a suggestion on that. If I remember right, and correct me if I'm wrong, because you live there, doesn't the road you're on, it comes north off of Stephen Drive, correct?
It does, yeah.
So could you name it Stephen Drive North or North Stephen Drive, and then all you'd have to do is
add a north.
add the north behind it on your checks till they're out, or something like that.
I mean, I have to talk to Laura Gallagher, Joe and Jolene Duggar. Those are the other residents
Right.
that live there.
But I think something like that would cause you the least amount of problem, and it would still rename that road where we could then readdress everybody off of that road and maybe
I
solve the
mean,
problem.
we've owned that property since 1999, and it's always been Stephen Drive.
Correct,
You know, it's just.
yeah. But the other one has always been Marcy Road, it's just that no one ever had a house there, so no one used that address.
No, there's not a house there yet.
Well, but
I
There
think
will
that's a
be.
good suggestion, and ma'am, if you would discuss this with the other neighbors, and if they're agreeable, I suspect my colleagues and I would approve that. I mean, I can't speak for them, but I see that's a reasonable solution.
Yeah.
If that works for you, that's what we want to do.
So to add the north, right?
Having been through this, ma'am, my 2 callers I don't think have. What was that one we had to rename JD last
yeah,
year?
just Antelope
And,
Road out there.
and we had all kinds of names off, I mean, everybody wanted a different name. And we will, take those into consideration. And then it's no issue to change it, but we will then be selecting which one seems to be the most logical.
Well, let me just tell you that one of the neighbors is ready to go down and beat the hell out of the other one that's new.
Please don't do that.
I know, it will end up like that if we change it, so.
Well, I encourage you to tell your
I
neighbor not to
know,
take
I
such
know.
action. If not, we do have facilities available with room and board.
Okay.
Lewis,
It sounds like, I did not get her name,
Mine,
sorry.
you bet?
It sounds like Yvette has some health challenges
Yes.
and that they are compounded by the disrepair or condition of her roads. And that to me sounds like a special needs situation. I'm not disagreeing with anything the commission said, but I am, as a fellow citizen, requesting consideration of her special needs and maybe,
now, have you brought this to the attention of the road crew before?
No, this is the first time this is the only remedy I thought would be appropriate.
Oh, that's fine, but we will. The reason I asked that was had something been said before and it hadn't been responded to.
The guy that's always, the army guy, the retired army guy that lives up the road on Stephen Drive, he has approached Gil. Do you know who Gil is? A guy named Gil that has a grader that grades the roads. His grader was broken down and nobody realized that it was broken. And then the county came out and fixed his truck. And so he was mad that it was broken for so long and the county didn't fix it. And,
I keep fairly close tabs on our county equipment and I'm not aware of that.
but Gil lives in our area, I guess. I don't know, I've never
Okay,
met
well,
him, I've never seen him.
Let's see what we can do to fix it for you, and I agree that you have a special needs. We do have a lot of other people in the county that also have special needs.
Right, and I'm not
And-
trying to
and-
single
well,
myself
but-
out at all. I'm
But
just-
you deserve service, and we will do as we can. And I don't want to speak out of,
And I'm
I-
just saying, you know, our tax dollars go for this. We pay our taxes
And-
every year faithfully.
and every dollar of your taxes that go to road and bridge is
I
utilized to
know,
the
we don't
fullest every
get
year.
trash, we don't get, you
Oh.
know, all those other city services that, I mean, I won't even go there.
But I will, we will be visiting later today, and I will follow through for you, ma'am. And I started to say I don't micromanage my road people.
Right,
I think that when you hire people, they need to have the freedom to assess the issues and take care of the most critical. I've found that Gary Hyde has been very responsive to this, and I wouldn't, today's Wednesday, maybe not by this weekend, because we have a 4-day week, but I would anticipate by next week your road will probably be graded.
good.
Okay? And I do appreciate you coming into us, and we appreciate, you know, unless we know these things, and do get back with us, and JD will help us, but we will get, as a board, we've done this before. It's a bit of a challenge sometimes to please everybody. But get some names and so forth, and we'll go from there, and do keep in touch with us. You can work through Jay, or through me,
I'm perfectly fine with
but,
that.
And so, just in closing, the street name, I'm supposed to get with all my other neighbors and see if adding the north, the Stephen Drive North to it would work with that for them.
that might be I don't know what suggestions you have, but that might be the simplest.
Yeah, that would be.
Excuse me, go ahead, John.
What is the county policy? Because I know her road and it's basically a 2-track and that area has always not been county maintained.
Well, I think you probably already know the answer to that, John. If roads are on the county maintenance list, we maintain them. A lot of subdivisions, the roads were not put in, were not brought up to standards, and were not accepted onto the county road.
That's the case.
But in this case, JD, this is a county road, right?
Well, I don't know that Stephen or Marcy are, but County Road 271, 264, and 265 are, yes. And that's the ones that she's talking about. I don't think she's I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but I don't think you're
You're right,
complaining
you're
about
right.
Stephen or Marcy.
I mean,
You're
they're horrible,
complaining
but,
about the actual county roads.
right, exactly.
And we discussed that when I talked to you that, you know, we're only responsible for
But-
county roads. And you mentioned to me you felt the county roads are not maintained. That's where I got concerned.
That's it. I mean, we gotta get, we've just always got to the county road. However way we had to do it, we got there, and that's just the way we do it. And we have neighbors, and my husband, they try to take care of the roads and the snow, and, you know, it's awful, but they do it, you know, because we gotta get out.
Well, we have an issue with our total infrastructure. We have a lot of stuff that's not been repaired. We have a lot of equipment. Do you realize that we have equipment that's 30 years old that we're still using in the county? To buy a maintainer costs us $400,000, and our whole budget is only $6 million total. So, but we are working towards that, ma'am, and we will continue to work towards it. And rest assured that as quickly as we can, I want to get out there and be sure that your needs are met.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
I'm done.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for being here. Louis.
Okay, forgive me, but I failed to follow through on everything yesterday, and I'll just take a minute of your time. Yesterday I asked about the executive sessions, and some are taking issue with
Could you-
the legality and the...
Could you speak up just a little?
Yesterday, I didn't completely finish with my concerns about, not concerns, my questions about the executive sessions. It was my fault, I didn't have my material here. My question is, and you answered, the sessions are legal, some are required, mandated by law, required. Is there a danger of legal action against the commissioners by the Colorado Secretary of State because of these sessions?
Can we refer that to our county attorney?
Are you aware of it?
No, I'm not aware of any legal action of any kind against the county for how the executive sessions have been conducted. I mean, there's been absolutely no contact at all from any state agency on that.
And I think, by and large, the general feeling, and I shouldn't be saying this, I'm paraphrasing, but I think the judicial system holds executive sessions as somewhat as an important privilege and an important tool that we need to use to maintain the privacy of.
So the Secretary of State is not after you because of these sessions, correct, Mr. Smith?
I haven't checked Facebook this morning, but as far as I know, we have received no correspondence whatsoever and do not anticipate receiving correspondence.
Okay, it's a question, it's not an accusation.
It's fine.
I'm a citizen, and I am a real believer in truth and transparency of government.
Amen.
And I'm big on questions. And I know I've been here umpteen times to ask you questions, so please be patient with that.
Well, I, for one, appreciate your questioning.
I have one more, yes.
I was going to just say the same thing. Just as Ms. Stanley, I asked her to come address and we listened to her concerns. Everybody is entitled to come and speak and say their mind, so please don't feel that you're commandeering a meeting or something. Do what you need to do.
Okay, one more. The executive session concerning the Hamilton-Halpin cattle guard thing. That was not an illegal use of executive sessions, was it?
No,
Thank you.
I was giving them legal advice about
Thank you.
what their possible options would be if they did or did not approve that request.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is the 2006 International Building Code. I was wondering if any of the commissioners have read this.
I've been through parts of it that I feel have impacted me, but it's because I've had other interests in the state other than Custer County.
Okay. How extensive do you feel your personal knowledge of these codes is?
I'll start with that, and then, or do you want to start with that? You're the zoning person?
I am not a planning and zoning aficionado. I have been associated with that code for, I think, 3 years now through the town of Westcliff. If you're asking me if I'm an expert on it, I am not. But if you have a specific question, I'd be happy to respond, or if you want to make a statement, that's fine.
I'm just curious as to the commissioner's
Okay.
actual knowledge of these codes
Let me,
they are proposing.
if I may interject here,
Please.
we have a special commissioners meeting scheduled next Wednesday night at 7 o'clock in here for public input into the code. We have no, at this point in time, I don't think it would be appropriate for us to say yes or no. I don't think it would be appropriate to sit down and go through individual sections and agree or say, we got to have this or we not. We try to serve the will of the people. And I think the situation we're in is that we want to hear, again, from the planning and zoning folks, had a meeting and did some due diligence on it. There were still some more questions and some more issues. So we specifically are having a special meeting next Wednesday night.
It's Thursday, about
Pardon me?
Thursday,
Next Thursday night, I'm sorry.
August 10th.
August 10th?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, I got the date wrong. We just set this yesterday or the day before.
Here in the courtroom?
It'll be right here in this courtroom.
Courtroom.
Yes, ma'am. And the crux of the matter is, ma'am, this is something that the county wants or something that the citizens of the county do not want. And we try to take a reading, see where we are. And one of the options we have is then to put the issue on the ballot. And the people can vote and say we want it or we don't want that. Lets the people have an individual voice in what they want. But at this time, at least in my case, I have no preconceived ideas. I've had a lot of contractors talk to me, both pro and con. I've also had some experiences personally with some facilities that, well, that I'd done a little home engineering on, and when they got ready to sell it, I had to have someone come in and redo it because the bank wouldn't loan them the money to the buyers. But that's not a major issue. But
Okay, well,
Do
with
do you
that,
want to say anything else to that right
No,
now?
I think that's appropriate.
Donna?
I think I would prefer to see this at the meeting so that everybody gets to hear what your comments are, but I mean, you're certainly welcome to say what you'd like to say, ma'am. I'm not trying to stifle anything you're trying to say.
my next question, with that being said, with the meeting on the 10th, at the Dark Skies meeting that I attended, y'all handed out a proposed draft to the amendments. When we come to this meeting on August 10th, will you have an actual proposal for the public to read over, to understand just exactly what minimal, non-restrictive codes that it is that are being proposed?
That's not what's
I-
being discussed in the tent.
The first thing, and again, it's amazing, but the first thing is this was a citizen's proposal. This was not the County Board of Commissioners' proposal for it. Secondly, on Thursday night, we probably will not get into the light pollution issue. We may, just a second, because I'm sure with all the issues around the building code, that may take the whole evening.
I'm not asking if we're going to be discussing the Dark Skies proposal. What I'm asking is, are we as the public going to have a document, anything that we can read, that we can understand exactly what codes are being proposed, what you are seeking to enact? Because I don't understand the point of having this meeting to discuss the topic of building codes if we don't even know which building codes we are there
The
to discuss.
recommendations that we've had from some individuals, and I've had some, you've had more, I'm sure, is that this is what Westcliff and Silvercliff currently have, and that it makes no sense to be more restrictive than what they have they actually write their building code. I don't know what our document would look like. I do know that it will involve hearings or meetings, public meetings, that it will involve a process for the citizens to have plenty of time to understand what they're talking about. But at this point in time, ma'am, we have nothing before us officially, and the process is one that certainly encourages public input. I would hope that such times, if we decide to adopt a light pollution code, that it will be published, that it will have a chance for citizens to have input into it, because we have to have citizen input to make reasonable decisions.
So, just for clarity, the codes that are being proposed to be taken county-wide are the codes that are in effect here in Westcliff and Silvercliff?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I think they are. I've been told that they are. I have not researched it, and I'm not sure if we've had our attorney research them because we're not to that point yet.
Where would the public find a copy of the codes that are in effect here?
I would suggest at the town hall of Westcliff or Silvercliff. Clint, wouldn't that be a place to start?
I think they're online as well, but
They are online.
you could go to the Westcliff Town Hall and get a copy of their building code.
Okay.
Or online, ma'am? Maybe Lewis has got something to add.
No, I'm trying to tune into your concern. Am I correct in assuming that you're concerned about codes being imposed upon you by the commission that you may not be in tune with?
I am concerned.
Am I correct in that?
My main concern is these codes are being proposed with no definition of just which codes are being proposed. We're hearing minimal, non-restrictive, but we're not hearing which actual codes, the actual...
2006 International.
Okay, I have.
That's
I'm gonna-
That's the code in your hand is the one that is being suggested at this point.
Are you suggesting adopting all of these codes that are in this book?
Well, it's not only that one, it's also the International Fire Code that we're recommending.
And no, ma'am, I don't know. I would be surprised that we adopt all those codes because that book is designed to cover every specific thing that someone might dream up. I would hope that whatever we do is that we do two things. One is that, if you'll pardon me being I believe in the KISS principle, which means keep it simple. And I think we have to keep them simple, ma'am, but I'm not to that point. I don't know about my colleagues, but I'm not to that point.
I'd
Yes,
like to comment, but I want to hear Lois first.
it's a very simple way to keep it simple. Whether it's a dark skies code or whether it's a building code. I, as a citizen, would like to see those issues put before the people on the ballot and let us decide. That will take a lot of heat off of you, because it's being bandied about that you intend to cram this stuff down our throats. I don't believe that. In my conversations with Commissioner Prince, his suggestion, whatever codes, ma'am, are to be put before the people and let us vote on them. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's my job as a citizen to understand whatever proposals are going to be voted on, whether it's dark skies code or building codes or what have you. If you're concerned about the power of your decision being taken away, I'm in concert with that. I think the thing that would serve the commissioners and serve the people would be whatever is proposed, that we decide whether it's initiated or not.
I agree.
Okay,
What I'm trying to understand is I'm trying to get a clarity on just what it is that's going.
And, well, maybe I can explain just a little bit more, and I know you had a remark, maybe Jackie.
And I would like to speak also.
That anything that goes on a ballot has to have the complete wording of what's proposed, at least in a fairly simple summation of all the impacts that goes to every voter to read. And then the ballot question is a very short question, but there is a large number of documents that, of information that accompany anything that's on a ballot as a proposal. I'll let
Yeah.
Commissioner.
It's Ms. Harmon, right?
Harmon, yes.
I know that you spoke at the meeting back in July
In June.
for building codes. I'm sorry, June. Since that time, I was approached by people not only that were in your audience that chose not to speak. Some people don't like to speak in public. And since then, I've been approached by several people with a concern. I am the one from the 19th of July, after receiving the recommendation from our Planning and Zoning Board, that felt just by, and it was their due process, but one meeting with 70 people was not enough for me. Considering who has come to me, I'm listening. No decisions are being made. Not everybody could be at that meeting. And I think it's our responsibility to listen to all of our constituents. So that's why we decided to have another meeting. Maybe others will come, okay, to that meeting. But I feel it's our responsibility to listen and not make a decision on one meeting that only had 70 people. When you look at how many taxpayers we have in this county, is that fair?
Yes, I feel that's perfectly fair. I'm all for the meeting, but what I am trying to understand is the lack of information given to the public. There's no clarity on which codes. We have nothing to read. We have.
I disagree.
You disagree, Jay? Please.
I think we're
If I may.
premature.
I think we've been consistent from day one on this, that we were trying to have a total county-wide code. And since Silvercliff and Westcliff are using the IBC 2006 code, the at least initial recommendation was that the county would adopt the same one, if the county even adopts one, so that we'd all work under the same code. So I think we've been pretty clear in that message from the very beginning, that we're looking to get a uniform code for the entire county, both towns and the county. So you're holding it. I mean, there's a reason you're holding that one and not the 2012, the 2016, or the 2017 code, because you've heard us say 2006. So that's the one that, when I proposed this suggestion that we look into this, the reason I said 2006 is because it is one of the least intrusive, minimal codes. I grant you there are many things in there that can be very restrictive. I've read it. okay? But compared to the later ones, it's the one that looks at the sticks in the walls, I'm talking about the studs and all that stuff, and the foundation, it's the most important parts of the house. And it made sense to me to recommend a uniformity, that we're all at the same 2006 code. So that, yes, the 2006 code is the one that is being discussed at this moment. Nothing has been adopted. There's a meeting coming up, and we'll talk about it further, and it may never even go to a vote. I mean, we may decide that the public's not interested, we move on.
And I think, I don't want to clarify, and then I'll get to you, ma'am. Commissioner Prince just said, well, this is what we're looking at, and so forth. That's his position as a commissioner. It's not the position of the Board of County Commissioners. We don't make that decision until we get some documents and stuff in place. And as county leaders, we have to throw stuff out there for discussion. Maybe we need it, maybe we don't. It's something that's brought to us by the people. We'll go from there. But let's look at the light pollution as an example. That could be something under the code. It may not be included in that code. We do have some other codes that have been put in place. I do know that the county commissioners 8 or 10 years ago addressed the same issue and wrote to the electric companies asking that as they replace it, they would recommend that. But no action was taken at that time, and I think it's premature right now to say that this is what we're going to do. At least I don't have a decision as to what it will be until I know the input. Does that make sense? Jackie.
For clarification, Kelly, you said that, if I'm remembering correctly, that if this goes to a vote of the people, the two towns, the people living in the two towns would not be voting on it. Is that correct?
Right, because it's a county issue.
Okay.
Anything else, folks?
I'd like a clarification of what was just said. Go ahead.
Go ahead, ma'am, please.
Why would the towns of West Cliff and Silver Cliff, their rules, codes, whatever, apply to the county people? You guys don't want to
They
maintain
don't.
my road.
They-
You know, you don't want to maintain Marspy. You don't want to do all that stuff, but you want to enforce codes that town people have? That's not right.
Ma'am, just a moment, please.
Okay.
As Jay said, the towns have adopted building codes.
Right.
If we decide, and that's within their authority as incorporated towns. If we do something in the county, I said if, and that's the big question here, it would make sense probably to have something similar so that we don't have a great degree of discrepancy between if you're here or if you're a mile outside of town. But again, that's all ifs. Those are all discussions. And the building code right now is, that's why we're having this next meeting. We as a board are not, I don't think we've taken any kind of position that we're going to have it or not. Okay. Does that answer, ma'am? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, for now.
I would like a clarification of what this lady just asked. Some are going to vote and some are not. I don't understand. Could I have an understanding?
Because it's a county issue, the commissioners are county commissioners, and they cannot make the towns, they can't make decisions for the towns. That's for the town boards to make.
Right, but it is possible to put this decision before the county voters on this codes, right?
Except those that live within the towns are not
Those
impacted
are
by
already
the
in
code.
place.
But those voters are not impacted by the code, so they would not be voting on the issue because the code would not impact them.
But because it's already in place. The codes in the city are already in place, right?
Yeah.
Different code.
That's not the reason. The reason is the two towns, just as Kelly stated, are not the county's jurisdiction.
I understand that.
Okay.
But the county is your jurisdiction.
The county is.
And you can put before the people in the county
Correct.
on the ballot as to whether to vote for or against the codes, correct?
Correct.
Are you all in favor of that? Putting it before the voters?
That's why
not
we're
been decided
listening.
yet.
That's why we're listening again on the 10th. What we heard in June was, and the recommendation, which I'm saying is just from a small group of our voters in our county, didn't want building codes. And what I stated before is, since that meeting, including that night, I had others come before me, Louis, and ask, okay, if we could have another meeting because they were for building codes.
So some are for it and some are against it.
Correct.
So you're kind of
I,
caught.
well, and it's the recommendation right now of our zoning board not to go forward with having building codes in the county because of that meeting, the one meeting.
If you do go forward, will you put it before the voters of the county to approve it or disapprove it?
I'm going to take probably, folks, 2 more minutes of discussion. This has taken a long time and we are falling behind on our agenda. But the summation, Louis, is that we have a recommendation of planning and zoning in a simple sense. We feel as a board that we would like to have more input into that question. And then after we have the meetings, we may or may not decide to put it on the ballot. And the other thing that may be, and don't jump off and run off the cliff, but we may be something as uncharacteristic as having an optional building code. People come here and want to have their house built to some standards, and I'm just thinking out loud. This is just me thinking. But this then might appear on your deed. So if you were to buy a property up here, it would show that this home was built according to a code. If you don't want to do it according to code, you don't have to. I'm just saying that might be an option that could be incorporated.
Real quick question. On the 10th, will you limit input to people living in the unincorporated county of Custer?
Do you stay up all night thinking of these questions?
No, it's about the vote.
Oh.
So if only these people can vote, can only these people speak at a meeting?
Jackie, that makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense.
Thank you.
If we're listening for their input,
I'm not sure I totally can go with that. And here's my reason. Because here's somebody that's been under a code that maybe has had good experiences or bad experiences, that their testimony, that their response might again enlighten some issues. It's a public meeting, and we don't limit input to public meetings to specific entities. That's just me speaking, but I would think that if I'm going to discuss stuff, I want to hear from those that have done it. I want to see where the warts are.
it's another point of view.
But they will at least clarify when they are speaking whether they live in the towns or in the county.
I don't think that's important.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Well, they're a citizen. I think a citizen has a right. I mean, we can ask where they are if we want to.
Well, that's usually stated when they come to speak.
But
to
a
us.
citizen, I think, has a right to get up and say something. This is a commissioner's meeting.
That's fine. I just was asking. Thank you.
Because this meeting, there's quite a few people here that live in one of the towns.
Can we move on, folks? Real quick.
I just have one more question for Ms. Hood. Was there a special event at the Painted View Ranch on the 21st? The Friday, July 21st, the evening that they took the picture on the front of the Sentinel there?
Yeah, I don't really know who took your picture, but I was in process with
It's
the
not my
special
picture,
events.
ma'am, it's the picture on the
No,
newspaper.
I mean, I
I'm
don't-
just asking you about it.
If you're asking if I had a special event, my event started on Thursday and went through Sunday.
So this is, your property here is lit up for a special event?
I can't say that that is a picture of my ranch. Cannot say that.
Okay, well, if the light pollution amendments are adopted, as a businesswoman, what measures are you going to put forth on your property to make sure that not only are you compliant with the mandates of the light pollution, but also ensure public safety?
I actually have a light on my barn that's compliant, and I'm not sure what that picture is. Have you ever been out to my ranch?
No, ma'am, that's why I'm asking you if there was a special event going on, because it would be perfectly understandable for your ranch to be lit up like that if there was a special event.
Well, I'm asking you a question. If you've been to my ranch, you would see what my buildings are. My lights are covered. So that's why I'm finding it a hard time to believe that that is a picture of my ranch. And also, any picture could be distorted.
I understand that, that's why I'm asking.
Well, I think you need to come out and see my ranch.
Okay.
and you'll see the lights that are there.
Okay, I think we're getting off on the side here. I do need, anybody got something that they just have to have out when they're gonna be critical if they don't? I would like to move on then if we may, folks. Thank you for your discussions. We do appreciate it. The next item on the business, we have no minutes at this time, so commissioner items would be next. Is there anything since yesterday?
In the past 24 hours, all I did was start initiating our employee review process. I picked up my packets from Ms. Hobby, and we'll be initiating that process within the next 24 hours.
Actually, both you and I sat at a workshop from 1 o'clock.
Oh yeah, I forgot about
I know,
him.
it was very exciting.
It was great.
And that was with regards to a presentation from CTSI, Colorado Technology Services, Inc., regarding, there you
Mention
go.
that.
You can mention that. Regarding our history with regards to the insurance that we carry, our pooled insurance as a county. So we were given statistics. And in light of what was presented to us, we're hoping that our next year's cost of service with them, the liability pool, will not be a surprise. Hopefully that cost is going to go down rather than up with our history that we've had in this past year. So that was a good report to receive.
Anything else? I had a couple of things yesterday. First of all, Lewis, where'd Lewis go? You may or may not have heard, but I went to lunch yesterday up at the restaurant in Silvercliff. And while I was sitting at the counter eating lunch, one of the owners got a phone call that her husband was suspected of having a heart attack. And she doesn't drive, and she was kind of concerned. So I took the afternoon and we went to Canyon, and we went to Penrose and the Springs, and everything appears to be going well at this point. So I was kind of out of pocket for about 4 hours I hadn't planned on. The second issue was that I did, again, spend some time last evening with citizens in Wetmore. We mentioned that we've had for those of you that weren't here, we had a large debris pile accumulate in Hardscrabble Creek adjacent to some of our culverts. We hired a commercial operator to bring in a track hoe because we don't own it as a county. And they hauled out 54 dump truck loads of debris out of the log jam that was in the creek. And as you drive down the road to Wetmore, when you're going that direction, a couple of miles south of Wetmore, all of a sudden you'll see some piles out there, some string of material that's been dumped. And that is material that our road and bridge crew removed yesterday from Hardscrabble Creek to reduce some of the threat of additional flooding and additional debris. I talked with one of our homeowners down there, has sustained damage. I was able to get insurance from Lloyd's of London. They have already been out to do the inspections. And he was very pleased, and some of the other neighbors were too, that we were able to remove that hazard from the creek as quickly as possible. So again, while we're doing that, we're letting something else slip. But I feel that now if we get another rainstorm this afternoon, that we are as well prepared as we can be to handle the runoff. So that was my activities yesterday. Clint, how was your day yesterday?
As I mentioned yesterday, there's been some changes in the statute, the Colorado Open Records Act, normally referred to as CORA. We have a policies and procedures that was adopted by the Board of County Commissioners in April of 2015. Because of the statutory changes, it was my feeling that we needed to make some changes to that. So I prepared a resolution. Is my number correct, Brenda?
Yes.
Okay, and I hope you have that, I'm not sure, but it's, okay, resolution number 17-13, entitled, "A Resolution Amending the Custer County Policies and Procedures for the Compliance with the Colorado Open Records Act." If you'd like me to read it out loud, I can, but it's it's just making a few minor changes. It's not a very lengthy resolution, but it just recognizes the statutory changes and amends our policies and procedures to incorporate these changes.
Which changes were?
The main change,
Summation, yeah.
We number two, I think that kind of.
yeah, there are two. One was that local governments, if we are required to provide documents under the Open Records Act, that we must provide them in a digital format if requested. That wasn't the procedure before, but that is now. There are certain exceptions to that. I'm not going to go into the exceptions, but they're in the statute when you don't have to provide it in a digital format, but otherwise that's going to be required. And this is as of August 9th when this new law takes effect. The other one is interesting. It doesn't have too much application here. I don't think Custer County is a hotbed of terrorist activity, but the language, and this is the specific language, that a CORA request can be denied if providing the records would divulge, and this is in quotes now, specialized details of either security arrangements or investigations or the physical and cyber assets of critical infrastructure, including the specific engineering, vulnerability, detailed design information, protective measures, emergency response plans, or system operational data of such assets that would be useful to a person in planning an attack on critical infrastructure, but that does not simply provide the general location of such infrastructure. And I've read that several times, and I'm not sure I understand it, but that's the exact language of the statute. And this proposed resolution, if you do approve it today, says that this amendment would take effect as of August 9th of this year.
I have a question, Cliff.
Yes.
Have you had any conversation with Chuck, our IT director?
About this now?
Yeah.
No.
Could I ask that you do, considering he would be the one, I guess, that would have to be transferring things digitally?
Not necessarily.
Yeah,
No.
I've done.
Okay.
If I get it
Okay.
from my office, I do it. If Kelly gets the request from her office, she does it.
Okay.
And if we can't, then we call Chuck.
Then you call Chuck.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess just so he's made aware of it then.
Okay, but I haven't talked to him, I can let him know.
What about the minutes of recording here? Does that have to be provided digitally then?
I don't even know what providing digitally means, to
I
tell
don't
you
either.
the truth.
Well,
What does it?
The YouTube recordings are digital.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A CD is digital.
I think the way I provide them to you is
As a
digital.
person who does court requests all the time, they're always digital. I asked for them
Yeah.
digitally. They've never said, no, you have to come in and pay for copies. I think that's probably where that's aimed. It's never been a problem here.
I would actually
And that
rather
was
do
my
it that way
understanding.
because you don't have all the copy and then the.
Yeah, our Assessors Association talked about this months ago when it was proposed. And I think people were asking for, can you email that to me? And they were being told, not necessarily by the assessors, but I think it was more at the state level. No, you gotta drive to Denver and pick up a packet of, well, I just want you to email it to me. Well, if it was available as a Word document, can't you just email it to me rather than printing it out and I gotta drive and pick it up? So I think, and as Jackie said, I think most counties are doing that. I think the problem was more with the state and some of those things. So they just put it in the statute that, you know what, if you've got it in Word or Excel or whatever, and they want it in that format, give it to them. Don't print it out and make them pick it up.
And whatever we want doesn't matter because this is the law.
Yeah.
So it's a done deal. I have one question that I really am serious about here. It said infrastructure, including specific engineering, vulnerability, detailed design, and so forth. I know that a lot of the public buildings, that information is available for the designs of them. And I'm wondering what level we'll have to go to if we were to build, I'm just hypothetically, if we put an addition onto the courthouse. Most of that information would probably have to be, would not be available to the public because as you look at the engineering designs, you can see potential weaknesses where you could attack the jail holding cells and those things. Is that a...
That's the way I read this, that a request under CORA could be denied for detailed design information, for example, which is what we're talking about here, so. And that would have to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. And if it is denied and somebody challenges it, it used to be a misdemeanor if the information was improperly withheld. They've done away with that now. Now, the most that could happen is if a judge determines that the information should have been provided and was not, that the attorney's fees, court costs for the prevailing party would have to be paid by the county. But that's the extent of the county's liability if we do deny that.
Okay.
If I may, based on the change in the law, I'd like to move that we adopt resolution number 17-13, amending the Custer County Policy and Procedures for compliance with the Colorado Open Records Act.
I'll second that motion as stated.
Do we have any discussion at this time? It's always fun when we have stuff come down that says thou shalt. Not that you have an opportunity to. I'll call for the question. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Anything else, Counselor?
No, that's it.
I forgot to mention one thing, folks. We're having a meeting tomorrow in Wetmore, which basically is about a 4 or 5 county meeting with primarily staff people looking at response issues that we have to address either locally or on a regional basis. And then that will be followed by another meeting, which in fact we will look at recovery efforts and things that are happening from various events that have occurred. I think for all practical purposes that the road through South Hardscrabble will going to remain closed for probably, I'm just estimating because who knows, would be closed for an extended period of time. The Forest Service is going in and looking at the next day or two, but we have had, in at least pictures I've seen, we have lost major portions of the road have been completely washed out. Not just 100 yards. Mike, you're nodding your head back there. Maybe you got more than I have on that.
I've seen it. Part of that, there isn't even a road through there.
And can you add to that? Because I haven't.
There's a lot of water come down off of Rudolph Mountain. That bridge over 387 as it goes south into Beulah. Right now, the top of the bridge is probably 8-9 feet above the water level. When that water came through, it was 4 feet over the top of that bridge. Where the water crossed 390, I measured it when it receded. It was 250 feet across and 5 feet high coming over that.
Well, and we'll have actual, one of the things the Forest Service is doing is giving us some cubic feet per second flow rates, because this lets us know what our bridges are now downstream. But that road, this morning I had a phone call, and I don't know where it come from. I was having a conversation with the Forest Service that we're going to open the road for hunting season. That's been no part of our discussions to this point in time.
That's really important.
Pardon me?
That's really important.
If you're a hunter, I guess.
And part of the problem we have, folks, is that we do have 2 miles of county road on the east end, and we have probably 100 yards of county road on the west end. But on the east end, if we were to open that, people can't go much farther than the end of the private lands. And if we were to do that, the landowner then would be subject to a lot of people parking on his private property because there's no parking available there. So at this point, please, if you hear that, say there's been no discussion and there's been no decisions made as to opening it for hunting season. Okay, let's move on. Let's see, I see no reason for this executive session. Do either of you? Okay. Board of Equalization, JD, I'm sorry we've kept you waiting so long.
That's okay.
Please come forward.
Oh, good what?
Good morning.
This should be relatively quick because as far as I know, no one has appealed to the County Board of Equalization this year. So,
I haven't got anything.
so I don't know how quick you want to make this, if you just want to open it and close it, or if you want me to explain what the County Board of Equalization is, or...
I would like that explanation, please.
Okay. Every year, people have the right to appeal the valuations that my office sets on their property. That's during the month of May. Once they appeal, then we go out and look at the property. We make our decision whether we agree or not. They're supposed to tell us why they disagree with our valuation and what they think the value should be. Sometimes they don't. They just say, I think you're wrong, and that makes it very difficult. Because why do you think I'm wrong, and what do you think the value is? Is it too high, too low? But so we try to go out and look at it. We look at any documentation they can give us, and then if we think it's appropriate, we make adjustments. If not, we don't. And then we notify them. If they're still not happy after that determination, or they think that they've been denied due process, or they think that I didn't follow the statutes or something correctly, then their first step would be to appeal to you guys to say, I don't think the assessor's value is correct, and here's why. And then at this point, it becomes almost like a court where they present their documentation on what they think the value should be and why. I present my documentation on why I arrived at that value, why I denied their request or did whatever I did. And then you folks, after hearing the evidence, make a determination that you side with the taxpayer or you side with myself. And if they're still not happy at that point, if you decide that you like my proposal better than theirs or whatever, they can then appeal to district court, to the Board of Assessment Appeals in Denver, or to binding arbitration. And they can go all the way to the Supreme Court if the Supreme Court wants to hear it. Usually the Supreme Court only hears it if it's like a statewide interest. That's something that's never really been brought up before. We had one not that long ago with Eastman Kodak and Weld County that went to the Supreme Court because it had to do with valuing brand new equipment that nobody'd ever valued before, that kind of thing. But usually at this level, it's just, I don't think the assessor looked at my documentation, or they didn't consider this, or whatever. This year, they have to, when I send that out to them, they then have to appeal to you by July 15th. And as far as I know, no one appealed past to you guys this year. So,
But I think the proper procedure, Clint, is that we recess the BOCC meeting briefly, we reconvene as the Board of Equalization, we take action, and then we will recess that board and reconvene as a county commissioner.
Correct.
Okay, at this time I will declare a recess, and you folks can just stay right there, of the Custer County Board of County Commissioners, and we'll reconvene as the Custer County Board of Equalization. Let the record show that the county commissioners do act as the Board of Equalization for the county.
that's a good point, because in some counties they don't. In some counties the commissioners will appoint a board to act as equalization, but in Custer County it's you guys. So good point.
JD, do you have anything to come before the board at this time regarding equalization issues?
I do not.
Okay. JD Hendricks, our county assessor, has indicated that we have no requests at this time for issues to be considered by the Board of Equalization. That having been stated and a record duly noted, do either of the commissioners wish to make any comments?
I appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will accept the oral report from our county assessor, and I will declare the Board of Equalization adjourned.
Woohoo.
I will now reconvene the Board of County Commissioners.
All right, thank you. I told you to be quick and easy.
Sorry, folks.
Way easy today.
Yeah. See.
All right. Airport, please. Bob.
I'm here. Dallas couldn't be here this
How
morning.
was Dallas doing? I
morning.
heard he was sick as a dog.
I haven't heard from him.
I hope he's okay. Give our best.
I'll try to make this quick because not a lot's gone on since yesterday. But Dallas did provide me with these documents for y'all.
Yeah.
Yep, we
have it.
have. We're good.
Okay, you're good. I'll wait for my ink and paper. So this is sort of what happened at the last board meeting. There was something that came up at the board meeting before that Dallas didn't report on last month, and that was a very long discussion about some proposed or some desired improvements to the airport. And I'll give you a copy of what I made. And we have made a little bit of progress on the fuel system. New pump is being ordered and supposed to be overnighted.
Is that from Eaton or from somebody else?
Well, it's coming from the manufacturer, but
But I mean, we're still working with you
Right.
at this point. Thank you. That's great to hear. I hope we get this thing resolved.
well, they came out yesterday morning at 9 o'clock and they tore everything apart.
Wonderful.
And they isolated everything mechanically and electrically. And they said, it's the pump. So they decided to,
Didn't we tell them that like a month ago?
yes, sir.
I thought so.
Anyway, one of the people that come to the airport a lot, Mr. Geipel, is trying to put something together to build some hangars over in this area, facing west. And it's my understanding that there is a process to go through to try to get that portion and this portion paid, and I don't know what that process is, or who do we go to, or who do we talk to find out.
The first place to start on this is we have our new budget information. These are things I think, Donna, that would come in there as future requests
From the airport.
from the airport board.
Yeah.
And then that would be covered at the budget time.
Okay.
And this kind of gives a blueprint. I think we need to, I think we need to do some of these things. I would hope that, I like to have a 5-year plan.
Yeah.
I don't know, sometimes that doesn't work. You got to modify it on a daily basis. But at least if we've got something out there we're working towards, we keep our eye on it and we keep working towards it.
Yeah.
It just doesn't set.
We have budget meeting, our internal airport budget meetings coming up, and we're planning on a 5-year plan. So as we go through that, we'll look at this and
You
talk
agree
to
with
the
that?
people that
Absolutely.
need to
So
to
I just
figure
want
it
to
out.
specify, you're talking about a 5-year strategic capital improvement plan?
Yes, ma'am. Now, the proposal, what he would like to do is they want to build 5 hangar. Actually, it's going to be 1 large hangar, because this is for lots of varying size. That's what the original plan was for. And divide it into 5 separate sections. Bill?
It'd be more like condominium hangars.
Yeah.
Airport, aircraft condominium.
That's it. Yeah. A little higher rent. Yeah.
There you go, Bill.
But what they want to do is put 5 of them in there. So that's a lot of new traffic and a lot of new people, and I think it would be great, and we'll put it in our 5-year strategic plan.
There's actually forms that Dallas received when we had our budget workshop with Dennis Hunt.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yes, they're actually in there, especially for capital improvement and a strategic plan. So you just want to make sure you reference that.
If you like, I'll come out and go over that with,
Yeah.
Okay.
with the board.
That would be great.
I have a question about this. This is not, where we're proposing this is not where the official runway is supposed to go at some point in the future, is it?
Yes. This is,
It's not going to, it's not going
no,
to...
not the runway. This
No,
is
it's clarify the road.
taxiways.
Gotcha. Okay, that's cool.
The runway would be out
Okay,
in
just
this
wanted to
area.
make sure.
It's the area, where the existing hangars are now. It's the ones to the northwest, northeast
I know
of that.
exactly what you're talking about.
Where those existing hangars are, I believe that right next to it is Redmond's, isn't it?
Yes, Redmond is right next to our OMS building.
Right, but this would be to the east of his
Right.
locations.
Apparently,
Yeah,
though,
this is-
there's nothing in writing about Redmond's. There is no paperwork, no lease, there's nothing official that says he has anything out there.
That's,
From Jackie Hobby.
that's my understanding. But
It's
anyway,
just-
this is our OMS right here. This is Redmond these are the existing hangars
Right.
right there. Where he's talking about is wanting to put them over
Okay,
here.
I'm with you now.
And I don't know the history, but I would suspect that whatever is involving Redmond may have been something that come out of his, understand he made some contributions for the extension of the runways.
Yes.
And this may be contained in that document, I don't know.
Yeah, well, Jackie she said, I've never seen anything. It was just kind of a word of mouth. You want to build something here, it's a nice spot for you.
Well, if it's word of mouth, we'll clean it up.
Right. May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Are you still interested in doing the museum that you proposed a couple years back?
Yeah, we already have. We bought a hangar, an existing hangar, one of the large hangars out there. And it's full of airplanes already. And we're still doing construction. And then right across from that, on the north side of the terminal building, we want to put a bigger hangar. And then those 5 hangars that he already talked about, they're already full. We got 5 guys that want to put some money down and build them, but the airplanes are such that they do not want to be on rocks and gravel. But yeah, we're just,
So with your timeline, your time isn't going to be over 5 years. You're looking for an immediate response. Is that correct?
The sooner the better. But if we put it in our budget, at least you'll have something to look at.
Okay.
We still have an open issue, I think, or open unfinished business on the buildings and stuff you proposed there on the north end. But is that stuff basically not ongoing to be happening?
correct.
Okay, well, we'll need to be sure that we close that. I'll have to go back and review where we were, but I think it was still an item that we were still negotiating
Yeah.
and so forth.
Right. I had the legal description all drawn up of the site where it was going to be, and y'all are welcome to that for future development. But
Well, it was just an old
Right.
business case that was still
yeah,
open.
we
I
can
want-
close that because we're moving up. We're moving south with the
Okay.
buildings,
Thank you.
existing stuff.
Uh,
But we do need to have it rezoned or replatted at the airport. Because where we're looking at putting, it's not platted yet because of the Redmond issue.
I think this is something we can take under consideration coming from you folks through Jay. I would also anticipate, though, that part of the approval may be that they do provide a paved taxiway at their expense to this rather than at the county expense. And that's just a thought.
The owners,
Well, if you're going to own the buildings,
and you own the land, and you're leasing them, and we're paying lease on your land, you're gonna pay me to pave that as an airport improvement?
I'm not saying we're going to, I'm going to say as one of the considerations for the county to come out and see what it's going to cost us to pave it, and how wide it's going to be and how long it's going to be.
Yeah.
We may not be in a position to afford to pave that ASAP.
Yeah. I understand.
And if it needs to be done earlier than that, it may have to come from another source.
Yeah. I believe there are some possibilities on getting funding from other sources, but we'll have to look into it.
Look every way we can because I want to see it happen, but I don't.
Yep. And we'll talk to.
We had a lady right
Jay
back
about
here
it.
this morning while you were here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's-
But
Okay, what
anyway,
else?
That's about it. I just wanted to update you on the fuel.
I appreciate that. Can I add something to the report, if I may? Just basically for the record, we had our audit review a few days ago. When was it? Tuesday? Monday. And one of the things that the audit reviewer told us was that he felt that we should gauge the tanks at the airport frequently. I followed up on that. I spoke to Dallas, and really for the record is why I'm stating this. Dallas assured me that he is actually doing a physical inventory, stick inventory, at least on a monthly basis, sometimes even more than that. So I think the concern that the auditor had is not an issue. It's been done the way the auditor suggested. I just want to compliment you and tell you that we're doing that.
And one other thing that did come up, was part of our budget process or discussions, was there is a gauge on the end of that tank that when we go out twice a week to do our fuel checks. That is one of the things we look at, is how many gallons are in there. Now, the issue that I brought up at our budget was that thing has never been calibrated since I've been on the board. And I was on the board in 2011.
And you use the actual gauging, I mean, do you ever compare the two, obviously?
Yes, and they're different.
Okay.
And the reason that came up is I suggested we put in next year's budget to get that thing calibrated.
I agree with that.
Because the first load of fuel I ever accepted at the airport was in 2011, in August. And I've accepted every one since. And what we get on the bill of lading and what that gauge says has never agreed.
That's not acceptable.
My opinion, but the stick may. But if we can't rely on that thing every week, twice a week, when we write down in our records that that's how much fuel, we don't know whether it's right or
I'll
not.
make one more
I
suggestion.
was just gonna say, do you have any wiggle room in your budget to get it calibrated before
Yes.
next year?
Yes,
That would be my suggestion.
if
But
we
It's
can.
more than that, because you really need
Excuse me, are you done? Okay, go ahead.
It's really more than that, because you really ought to have the tank strapped again also to make sure that the gauging is appropriate. Usually the tanks, once they're strapped,
Can you folks hear what he's saying? Okay.
I'll speak up for you, Bob.
Well, I can hear you, but I was wondering if they could.
I'm sorry if I'm speaking loud. If that ever happens, just yell at me. I have a tendency to drone on.
I think he speaks okay, but he gets hung up in his mustache.
Gets hung up. Anyway, as you know, this tank strappings can determine, how much is in there
Right.
based on the actual measurement. That needs to be done every several years, because especially out in the cold and the heat, they expand and shrink. So maybe, I'm just suggesting, maybe that's something aside from calibrating the gauge, we ought to strap the tank to.
We've had that inspected.
Perfect.
This is probably something for your discussion and with you as Commissioner with your
We're
board.
talking about this.
Yeah, it was inspected, and we got the records of when it was last inspected.
Suggestion I have would be just keep a log of whenever you stick the tank.
We do.
And that way, we've got it. And the other thing that I wanted, and Jay alluded to it, but the auditor was very complimentary that we had a year at the end physical measurement of the fuel in the tank.
Yeah.
He appreciated that, so thank you guys again for getting that.
But we try to do what we think is the right thing. And I think seriously getting that calibrated is important. And maybe we'll look at our budget and see where we stand, and if we have enough in this year's budget, get it done this year instead of putting it off till next. And I appreciate that.
Thank you.
That's it.
When would you want to start construction, Bill?
Well, two of the guys say, everybody's ready. We got the bid, the contractor's ready, but it's just the pavement issue.
Pardon me?
It's the pavement issue, as soon as there's pavement. Or if they know it's coming concurrently with the building. So everybody's ready. All 5 hangar owners are ready to go. So, and these are for new, not just people with airplanes that have places. They're moving in. This is new customers that are moving in from out of state.
There's another advantage if they will declare this as their home base. That helps us in some of the stuff that we're trying to accomplish as an airport, because we have more aircraft stationed out of here.
Well,
So-
we have 12 so far for the
But
museum, and they're all going to be donated. Registered as here.
That's what I mean. That helps us a lot if that occurs. So.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what we can do. We need to get the airport, you guys have to get that platted and get us some measurements, Jay, so we can see what our costs are going to be, and we'll have to look at it.
Very good.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go the other way.
Dallas is doing okay.
Thank you. Go Dallas High.
Thank you.
Okay. Gosh, we're not too far behind.
Not bad at all. How are ya?
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Hi. Guess what? What? I don't need anything.
Yay!
that exciting?
Well, I don't know. Maybe we need to be working on something else.
No, don't worry, I am. But right this minute, I don't need anything from you. How's that sound? Okay, so just a few things I wanted to hit on my report. AED should be here this week for Wetmore. In which case, I'm going to do blood pressures on like Tuesday next week. So I'll set up a time with them to do a CPR class for them at that time. Monday next week. So.
And you do the AED training at that time?
Yeah, it's all together. So it'll actually be a CPR and a first aid class because I'm not gonna do it differently. I think it's good information for everybody. So, the 28th this month we did 22 sports physicals. We did 10 immunizations, which is awesome. We're getting Custer County immunized. So we have a new medical advisor, Dr. Suzanne Beck. So we are all squared away for that. And the clinic also signed an MOU with us for it's a deputization MOU so that the clinic, the health department is able to give the VFC vaccines because the clinic doesn't offer that service. So nothing's changed. It's just that now we're up to date on all of our documentation essentially. So working on our Medicare application, so the clinic will actually be able to accept Medicare payments for vaccines. So right now we're essentially going under the VFC program, so we're not getting any revenue from Medicare or Medicaid. We're still able to provide that service, but we're not getting any revenue from it. So after, hopefully by the end of August, we'll have that squared away and we'll be able to get our administration fees. Right now we've gotten over $500 just in administration fees to the county through VaxCare that we were giving to the clinic before then. So.
We're working on Medicare certification, is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, so that we're able
And
to bill
for the
for the health
reimbursement
department.
for the reimbursement for the vaccinations.
Yeah. So previously, the clinic was billing all that, and all that revenue was going to the clinic. So now the county's gonna get it. So the 25th is gonna be the MRC potluck picnic. We're gonna have some awards and just sort of a planning meeting. So it's just kind of what's coming down the pike.
25th of August. At what time?
That is going to be from noon to 2, and it'll be at the park.
Potluck.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. So, any questions about any of my ramblings?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Was our emergency services meeting?
Our last...
One of them that you went to that you didn't necessarily have to, and you were there, and your attendance is very much appreciated.
Well, thank you. I don't know which one that would have been, but the CES meeting, I was at that, but
Cindy mentioned it, I forget which one she said that it was.
it probably was the CES meeting on the 25th. Yeah. So, and I'm going to start, I don't know if it's maybe necessarily public health or if it's just because I've had all the ICS trainings, I'm going to start manning the EOCs when we have situations like the Wetmore flood this weekend.
That was the other thing that she mentioned.
Yeah.
And that, what this does, folks, EOC is our Emergency Operations Center. It has lots of different parts to it. Everything from communications to press officer to all kinds of stuff.
Logistics.
And by having her become a part of our team in the actual center, gives us a lot closer liaison. But during the fire, we had at the Junkins fire, we did have public health and medical reserve people that were in the center. And thank you for
I think it's
taking that extra on. It gives us one more resource.
Yeah. So, and then Saturday, safety day, this Saturday, at the EMS building. So it'll be a fun day. Just kind of a informative.
ask you something just a little bit off the wall, and I'm embarrassed to even ask this because I was where I came from is I passed a city bus and it had a sign that there's a vaccination to prevent HIV. Is that true? And if it is, do we offer it? It's not true and we don't offer it. Okay, thank you.
There's no vaccine, unfortunately.
I've never heard of it.
There's
and
no
that's why I
vaccine
was
for
asking.
HIV.
My real concern was if it is available,
I'd be all over it.
that's what I thought. Okay, that's what I thought.
But yeah, not HIV. You know, Hep C either. So the two biggest epidemics in the world, we don't have vaccines for, essentially.
Appreciate it.
Unfortunately, but they're working on it, and we do B and Hep B and A, but
Who knows? Thank you so
hopefully it's
much.
coming down the
I
pike.
guess the last comment I have is that, I'm gonna speak for myself, I guess, first, but I'm so grateful to have you here
Thank you.
and all the stuff that you've picked up on, and that we've not really missed a beat as we've changed personnel. And a very big thank you to you for all the extra you're doing to make this happen.
Thank you.
I think my colleagues would.
Well, I have a great crew. It's not just me.
I know.
Please know that. Yeah, the other nurses at the clinic are
Is there
amazing.
anything else you need that we're not providing for you?
No, no. Tobacco. You're gonna start seeing a lot of stuff around town about tobacco prevention.
Glad you used the word prevention in there, because all I heard was tobacco.
Yeah.
I think
No.
it's
Let's. Oh, geez, no. Something that I'm gonna start working on. This might cause a little bit of a firestorm in this community. CALFA, which is the Colorado Association of Local Public Health Administrators, is going to start pushing statewide to increase the age of tobacco sales to 21.
Great.
So it's something that has to go through the city councils actually, because it's a sales tax thing, it's a sales issue. But I'm going to start hitting up that
Great.
venue. So
Thank you for
we'll
everything.
see. All right. Thanks, Clint.
Please.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay. Hey!
Good morning. How are you today?
Good.
Good morning, Sarah. I was seeing we had a written report, but I don't see it.
You don't have a written report, you have me in person.
Well, I don't have to look for it. I
no.
occasionally lose reports up here, so I have to
Please
keep
don't.
going through.
Yeah, no, it's nothing, nothing I can't share with you in
The
person.
floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So on behalf of our 4-H program, as your named 4-H coordinator, I'm happy to report, and we'll start with the Joyful Fair. Started July 7th. For those who thought the fair was just the last middle of the week and into the rodeo, we started July 7th with our fair, and our fair board, Miss Beverly, of course, our superintendents, and our families were just amazing from the 7th forward, just wherever they needed to be to help. If we were setting up tents, moving bleachers, all of that, just day by day, there's always something different occurring at the fair. And so people with different interests were coming in to visit with us. We had a total of 68 indoor projects. So that's everything from heritage arts and spinning to photography to woodworking. Our shooting sports kids have an indoor project entry as well. So not only do they shoot on the ground and do their event out on site at the ranges, but then they come in with a display, or whether it be a board or a standalone target, anything that enhances their project. And so we had 68 of those.
How did you get them all in that little building?
Oh, it was tight. Yeah, everything from cake decorating. We had some beautiful cakes to photography, and it is the space is tight, but it went very well, and our entries were just excellent all the way through. Our kids did a great job from ages 8 to 18. You'll see all gamuts of entries, and it's just enjoyable to see. And then the kids all have to turn their record books in at that time, and so they share their story within those record books. And so if you had a chance to tour our exhibit hall, you had a chance to read a little bit of their story, and you see the heart of this 4-H project and programs that just makes you know it's all worthwhile. After indoor project interviews, which started Monday of the fair, we had over 100 livestock exhibited of all shapes and sizes, everything from cats to rabbits to our dog show, and then we had just a wide variety of hogs, lambs, steers also exhibited, as well as our horse show. And so all in all, it was excellent. The quality was excellent from start to finish. The commitment was deep by our families, and it was just a joyful sale. Our community and our business personnel and our out-of-town businesses that came to support our sale were phenomenal. As you've seen in the paper, the numbers were great, and a lot of those kids, by and large, those kids dedicate those monies to their future college funds and things, as well as reinvesting into next year's projects. And our community responded in such a generous and incredible way, just from start to finish, anything that we needed. And so just a big shout out and thank you to everybody that made that
I heard you say
success.
something I think I heard, and I've never heard this connected with this. I don't ever recall hearing that a fair was a joyful event.
It was.
And that is exciting.
Yeah, just to watch these kids bring their hard-earned projects to town, and we just were able to share in that. Being the 4-H coordinator, I was exposed to many of the projects that I had not been as hands-on involved in before, and to see the depth of commitment, whether it was, our sketchbook kids got with Sarah Woods and had workshops. We organized some workshops where they had the chance to draw with Sarah and Madeline to that level of professionalism, and then bring entries that they did of their own with that expertise, and to watch them just shine, and if you can't find joy in some of that, or just watching our Cloverbuds kids had a cat show, and if you've ever seen something adorable, Cloverbuds are under 8 years old, and they decorated their cats, and there was a cat that came in, and he was so proud. He was dressed like a mermaid, and he stayed in his little mermaid outfit in his cage that was decorated like an aquarium, and he just was like, this is my child, and this is my show. And he just purred, and he just came to town. I mean, you just find so much enjoyment in those moments of what we do at the fair and throughout the 4-H year, to get those kids to this point, and to see kids that had never shown livestock, first year, parents and kids, and those kids just having that rapport and that relationship and that responsibility level, watching them all throughout the fair do their chores, clean their stalls, water their animals, not on show day, but they got it 3 days before show day, for example, and stay through the end. And we're always there early in the morning, 6:30 in the morning. You had kids out there cleaning their stalls and rinsing steers and spraying down hogs so they wouldn't get hot, and just understanding best management practices for our entries. And you just know that you have a lot of heart in there.
I want to commend everybody that was involved when it was Thursday and Friday with the torrential downpour of rain and the flooding that was happening.
Yes.
I mean, they worked very quickly to correct that situation.
Yes. Yeah, our hogs were swimming a little bit, literally, as the hog barn filled in, and just parents just showed up, and Jake and Alicia Shy brought in extra bags of shavings, and we made a berm and tried to divert that water, and everybody just grabbed shovels, and we dug trenches, and we ran that water to where hogs weren't standing belly deep in water, and it was
it happened
a
very
team
quickly.
effort. Yeah, everybody just had to jump in, and it once again just happened so well.
I'm always hesitant to ask this, but the 3 previous years I've been associated around the fair, we've always had a crisis. I've not heard of a crisis for this year.
We didn't have any crisis. We call it fair fever. Once in a while, where someone just gets really wound up about something that they feel passionate about, and you sort through that and realize that you have a parent that loves their children so deeply and so completely, but maybe didn't quite understand all that was involved in this issue, and so it was just a matter of communication.
Well, these, for instances, were beyond the...
Yeah, no, we had no injuries. We had no steers got loose and ran over anyone. We had no one back cars into anything. We didn't have any legal issues where we had to have the sheriff called. No protests, no ugliness.
Congratulations.
And that was all just really parents and great kids, and great fair board and superintendent.
Please continue. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's terrific. I'm happy to report. Yeah, it was just a great show. Of those entries that we have 35 state fair qualifiers in the indoor projects. We have 9 shooting sports kids, 5 archery children, 4 22 shooting entries, and then 3 livestock. We've got a steer and some hogs and lambs going also to state fair. And so those kids are going on state fair qualifiers. Of those 35, that judge will, in the indoor projects judging, deem whether their project was worthy of going on to state fair. And of our kids, 35 of those entries get to go this year. And then as well as our livestock and our shooting sports kids. So we're excited about that and gearing up for that, because that starts, indoor projects have to be in place by the 16th of August. So we hit the ground running down in Pueblo with those projects and families, getting them settled in and sending entries and making sure that that's prepared
You said a steer
properly.
and 2 hogs.
We have a steer and well, we have hogs and lambs going. And I'm not certain the total number of hogs and lamb entries.
Okay, so we have more than
More than the 35.
3 then.
Yeah. There'll be more than 3 livestock going, but for certain, 1 steer
We
from the
have 3
county.
species going.
Yes.
Excellent.
Steers, hogs, and lambs will be represented from Custer County.
Could I ask a special favor of you? Because I'm sure some of our county citizens would love to support those kids. A lot of times just the parents know that schedule. Is there any way you could put in
Certainly.
our papers what that schedule is so we can go down and support them?
Yes, I will do that through our papers and our county website. I'll work with Chuck to put the state fair agenda. You bet.
One other thing, it's not a big deal, but it kind of helps. Are you going to be down there?
Some, yes.
If we could find out, and this is a last minute deal, but where they're stalled.
Sure.
I spend every year down there. I spend lots of yards walking,
You bet.
trying
You
to find
bet.
our kids, and unless they're with their animal, you walk right by it.
You bet. I can definitely work with State Fair to find out stalling and what buildings our indoor exhibits will be shown and things like that, so I can.
It's no big deal, but if we
Sure.
could
Yeah, if I'm able, I will definitely
call
do
the
that.
office or just put it on Facebook, or I don't know, maybe we can.
Let it be known.
Just if, if
Yeah,
it
if
doesn't
it's-
work, it's no big deal.
Okay, and oftentimes you can also come to the grounds and like go right to in the beef barn. You'll have your staff there, and you can just ask them where our Custer County kids are, and they'll get their map out and show you the end.
The hog barn is my biggest one. I walk
hog
up
barn
and
is-
down and
yeah.
up and down. And
Yeah, you have 600 and some hogs to pick from counties all over the state, and it's a little hard to find our kids sometimes. Yep, you're exactly right. I'll do what I can to find out where those will be. Other successes that we had, in one of my previous reports, we were talking about putting concrete in the steer barn. That went well, thanks to Trent Stafford and Trinity Huffman with Triple T Construction and their donation to that effort. Kids loved it, families loved it, cleanup was incredible. And we've had requests to see if we could do some of the other barns in that way, like the sheep barn. So we'll see, but just a big thanks to their generosity, as well as the Rotary came in, and all of our water lines with the different outlets that lets our kids water and do our wash racks. Rotary came in and helped repair all the conduit for that as part of their commitment to our fair. And our Saddle Club partnership continues to be great. George Coons was amazing as their president of the Saddle Club to just work with us. They sent their mower over and helped mow the entire both Saddle Club and Fairgrounds areas to help prepare that ahead of time. And so Saddle Club was wonderful. George stopped in almost every day just to see what we might need.
I'd like to ask you to give us the same report every year. This is unbelievable.
Well, it went well. Not without its bumps and bruises, but it's always a learning experience, and nothing that isn't just part of bringing that many people and that many nervous entries and that many of us trying to make sure all our T's are crossed and our I's are dotted. And so yeah, it was a success. Thank
Could you, not now because you're busy with state fair and everything else, but could you maybe write some kind of a state fair report from your perspective? Not state fair, county fair.
County fair.
With what you've told us, because we've got it here, we heard you, we've got it on a record, but it might be interesting down the road. We want to go back and look at things as it doesn't have to be
Sure.
it doesn't have to be a manuscript.
No, that's good.
It's not a thesis.
Okay.
And that's a
I'd be
low
happy to.
priority item, but I just think we need to have a record of this.
Sure. I'd be happy to. Good. So shifting gears from our fair, unless there's other questions regarding Fair 4-H, as you know, we'll be gearing up for October enrollment, so we'll start doing communication about that once we get finished with State Fair. And I did visit with Colorado State University to see what our timing might be. They are in the process and still looking to fall for discussions for opening the position of county agent. And so that's their commitment there.
So we're 1 month away because fall starts in September.
Right. It possibly be a little later than that. From the sounds of it, Colorado State still has 2 other, as you know, when the vacancy for the agent came up open, let's say in April, we were 8th on the list for Colorado State University to perform interviews because there's so many other agents vacancies. So we are now 3rd, as I understand it, and moving up. They'll have to fill those other 2 positions around the state, and then they will start discussions with us in Custer County to open that position, make it be known, and then start the interview process for an actual agent. And so I would guess, and I'm going out on a limb on this, but I would guess it's closer to November before we'll see those interviews being done.
Okay.
And then just on an off topic that's so not 4-H related, so it's a little bit out of my purview of responsibilities, but Commissioner Hood had visited with me briefly just about a little bit on our weed program, and then I touched base with you to let you know I was going to just on as a non 4-H related assignment, but just to try to help.
As a volunteer.
Somehow. I was and a landowner who's waging war at San Isabel Ranch, as we are also on our weed management, just to look into a little bit of what had been done previously in our grant processes and things like that. And I do know that Jana Raptelli with our Fremont County, the Upper Arkansas Weed Management Plan, and she's our gal on the ground, as you well know. And Robin had been applying for the 2017-2018 grant cycle in December. Carol Franta at NRCS has those monies right now because once Robin's office was vacant, there was no longer a weed director to work with our advisory board. So those monies are remaining there. They received the 2016-2017 grant money, which goes April 2016 to June 2017 in its cycle for the SPF grant. Those monies were in place in January to our county, and have been paid out in the partnership landowner partnership program somewhat. I do not have the full accounting of those, either of the grants. There was an NWF grant and the USDA's SPF grant. Both of those were paid in January, and then partnership landowner payments went out. So I'm not sure if there's any slack left from last year's grant cycle.
Where did the money come from?
One is USDA's Noxious Weed Management Plan. So we have the SPF grant, and that actually is, I apologize.
Are there any money from the State Department of Ag?
That's your NWF grant, and that's a Forest Service grant coming from the Department of Ag. And so both of those monies, one was a $10,000 grant, one was a $14,000 grant, as awarded in January of 2017. And one's Forest Service, USDA, and one is a state-funded Department of Ag, and for poisonous weed management to our county.
And that Department of Ag is the one that has to be applied for in October?
The Department of Ag grant, both of those actually, as I was told by Carol, and I just visited with Carol briefly to just find out what the timing of that is, are January applications, but Robin and Jana had always historically worked on them October to December in the grant preparation process.
Because the lady that I talked to at the State Department of Ag said it was an October deadline, so well, we can follow through on it.
Okay.
That's good.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Thank you.
Yes. And on that, and just oddly timing, one of your weed advisory board members just popped up to the office, just because he pops up to the office every now and again to see me, and just mentioned that, as you know, and as you all know, and you're working with this, our advisory board has to have a weed director as designated by the county to implement the weed management plan of the county as well as the Upper Arkansas partnership.
And where is this documented?
I will show you. We have the agreement dated May 15th, 2017 on our own weed management plan. And then you also have a 2015 bylaws update for the county's noxious weed plan.
Did you get us, just maybe Donna can make her, Brenda can make us some copies.
Certainly. Yeah,
I'd
yeah.
like to have that
On your
briefly.
weed advisory board.
Because we only have
and your weed management
We only
plan.
have 3 members of the weed advisory board that can serve in any capacity. Because the federal and governmental officials, at least at the federal level, are not permitted to be in official positions.
Right. And you have your cooperative partnerships
That's
also
why-
named
that's why
in
Rick-
your weed management
That's
plan.
why Rick had to step down as chairman. We can get those there, dear.
Okay, good. Good. Because, yeah, currently as of the 2016 bylaws that were updated Your chairman, secretary, and board members included 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 to 12 individuals, as well as Board of County Commissioners' signatures, August 25th, 2016. So those are all in place, and the wheel is in place. But coincidentally, which should be a relief to you, when this advisory board member did pop into the office and just say, oh, by the way, we may have an individual who would be interested if the commissioners would so choose. So I ask your indulgence to allow Ben Linth to speak for a moment, because there may be an opportunity to find a weed management director in partnership with our local land trust.
I think it makes sense to do. And I'm just speaking personally.
Sure.
But
sure.
When we have a small county with lots of hats to wear, and it is not designated that the county extension agent has to be the weed director in the county.
Correct. And Colorado State prefers that they not.
Bingo.
Yes. Yeah. Colorado State does prefer that your extension agent not serve as your weed management director, and this is your. By the Weed Advisory Board's bylaws, we have to have someone in place, and by USDA, there has to be someone named in place, and then by your own commissioner commitment to our noxious weed plan. And so to have it outside of Extension's still a partner of that.
A partner.
Yeah, but it's very difficult. Robin was doing an incredible job of landowner workshops and trying to do outreach, but it is a big job to have your extension agent also be your weeds supervisor.
Yeah, it's too much.
So if your indulgence would allow, I'd give Ben just a moment to just share his thoughts of a possibility.
You're way too polite. Just say, hey, you want to talk to Ben?
No,
I would love for you to just reiterate what you just said with regards to CSU and a position of weed management with an extension.
Bill Nobles has visited with me, not in a 4-H capacity, but in future reference for any extension agents. Bill Nobles has said that CSU prefers that their agents not be given the full responsibility of weed management in the county, but still serve as a support capacity. Extension is an outreach, obvious outreach for range management, private landowner management. But he has also said that every county is different, and many county agents want to take that on. And if their extension agent feels like they can juggle the workload, they are welcome to do that. But CSU does not say as part of your description you have to be your weed supervisor for the county. They say you can make that decision personally, which is what Robin saw that she could juggle that well within the purview. And some of our other extension agents in the past had served maybe as your weed supervisors, but they do ask that you really juggle your workload and determine whether you can take that on personally for your county.
This was the same thing Bill told me regarding the management of the fair.
Yeah.
He said we prefer the county agents not manage the fair, that is done by a fair board.
Yes, and that's where we're so fortunate, because our fair board is strong, and they did do many of the middle workings, little workings, entry things. We did a lot of the clerical in partnership with our fair board, but management of each show, that came straight out of your fair board and superintendents.
And that's what it's for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they did a great job.
What else?
Well, are you going to come back after him or no? Because I'd like you to give an update on where you are with regards to the interviewees.
Oh, thank you. Yes, no, I'll cover that first, and then I'll turn it over to Ben to wrap it up. So yes, thank you for reminding me, because it is in my notes. We did interview some individuals for the office manager's position, and that committee, there were 5 of us on that committee that held interviews, and we had some very strong candidates, but we have one that's been selected named Diana Cox Singer, and she will be starting August 16th in training with Beverly. And Diana, D-I-A-N-A, 1N, Singer, S-I-N-G-E-R.
And a little bit about her?
She has over 30 years experience in business. She's over 100 employees, where she's done all the hiring and firing, employee management. She also was responsible at the end of their business, each business day, to do all the accounting closeouts, make sure all cash registers zero, make sure all the accounting books zeroed. She understands the voucher system. She understands affirmative actions. She understands hiring and firing. She understands clerical. And she comes into it with a very excited desire to learn this agricultural side. We let her know that it wouldn't be just 4-H. She has some familiarity. She's come to our fair every year. They have property at Bull Domingo. She's come to our fair every year since she and her husband moved here. So she's familiar with our fair, but she's excited that this is a whole new outside of the box for after her 20 plus, almost 30 year career in business of a whole different entity, she's very excited to come in and have this opportunity.
Same principles apply. Meet the deadlines and so forth.
Absolutely.
So I
Yeah,
think
she
this
seems
is
very strong in
an
that way.
exciting hire.
You
Yes.
said August 16th?
Yes. Will be her first day with us.
And
I guess the only thing that I've got to ask of you, and I hesitate to ask this, but could you be a little more enthusiastic?
Okay, I'll try to wind it up a little for you. I like what I do. I do like what I do. Anything
Okay.
else for me?
I think you've covered it all.
Okay.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you for
You're
all
welcome.
that you're doing and have done.
I love you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good luck with blue sky. Not
Anything
dark skies, blue skies, so we can put up hay.
else? We do need to put up a little hay.
Ben, please join us.
Thanks, hi everybody.
Hi, Ben.
Nice
Good to see you.
all. Yes. Hi. So, as Sarah mentioned, San Isabel Land Protection Trust is exploring ways that we could help respond to the needs related to weed management, and we're really just in a information collection mode right now. We know the need, we all do, and we hear about it a lot from our landowners and community, and think that it would be something that San Isabel could handle within its capacity. And so we need to understand, for one thing, the responsibilities of each of the related entities. And so, still in investigation and not prepared to make a request, but recognizing that the county has the responsibility of having a weed coordinator or delegating that responsibility, and that there are a number of funds in hand and available to do the work. Perhaps it could be helpful that San Isabel be of service this way, perhaps on a temporary delegation of the weed director's authority, simply to help make it happen. And we're not trying to control everything or do everything ourselves. We would still need to contract out with the same operators, certified sprayers, and so forth as in the past. It seems like it might be an advantage to expand it beyond road and bridge, to look a little more holistically at the landscape, and we have experience but not expertise at the staff level related to this. And so I just wanted to offer our support in that way, explore ways that we might be able to help, and I'm curious of what your take is.
I guess I would like to see you folks explore this further. One of the concerns I've had with our weed control is that I don't know how to say this, it kind of is focused in some areas, but we're not covering the landscape.
Mm-hmm.
As an example, we had a situation that brought up last year a couple of times when we put that new water line in, or the irrigation pipeline in, from south of Schoolfield to my house, or to my ranch. We got a lot of Canadian thistle on that. And we got it needed to be sprayed, not wait 2 or 3 years. And as we have construction projects and stuff, those are areas that I think you folks could be very valuable. From an organizational standpoint, I think it's personally is advantageous because we have an organization that's dedicated to maintaining land, and has that commitment and a broader expertise. An area from the county side that we're working on, and I hope we push harder, is that I don't like to see any weeds in the county bar ditches, because they spread from the bar ditch to our field.
That's right.
And we're trying to be more proactive on that standpoint. But that would be my, I would ask if either of my colleagues would have a thought.
Weeds are not moronic here, but obviously weeds are everywhere. Both towns have weed issues, county has weed issues, so I think a coordinated effort certainly makes tremendous sense to me. We don't need to duplicate the effort, so
yeah.
I would look forward to trying to work a proposal out that we can handle something like what you're suggesting.
Yeah. Okay. May I suggest a workshop? And we get our weed advisory board that's in place now. Have our road and bridge crew when they
Well, they're on that board.
all of them? I thought it was just one person.
Well, Roger's on there as assistant road boss.
Okay.
And then Roger's had training for the
Okay.
road and bridge crews for weed ID.
Okay. And with whoever you're, looking at with the San Isabel Land Trust, but to me, especially with these grant opportunities coming up, I hope that we don't waste any time. It looks like we need to do it as soon as possible.
Certainly.
So maybe just come up with some dates that we might be able to work out.
Okay. And you mean an internal workshop here?
Correct.
With, working, okay, meeting.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think we should have discussion, so.
Obviously, yeah.
We'll just have it as a weed meeting. Sure, Buzz.
But I like the suggestion.
Great.
I've heard some rumors. When are you leaving?
I will be at San Isabel through the month, and then we are rehiring. We posted the job today or yesterday, but I will be still involved with some San Isabel projects ongoing, and want to the community to know that I'm available as a resource.
So you'll be available to help us pull this weed thing together, or the new person will be.
Yeah.
So we have continuity there as well.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't want to leave things hanging or drop any balls. So I'll be around.
Okay, do you have any other thoughts, either one of you?
No, just I'm going to say that we need to act on it.
I would. We'll explore this further, but we may be inviting you back to another commissioner meeting.
Certainly.
I think I would like to recognize, as a board of commissioners and for our predecessors, all the work that you've done, all the things that you've brought for the land trust and for the community.
Thanks.
And give us a little bit of time, but we will be inviting you back.
Okay. Great.
Okay?
Great.
Okay.
Well, thanks.
Ben.
Look forward to exploring this further.
Congratulations on your new position.
Thanks. I appreciate
Good luck to you, bud. Hate to lose you. Good luck. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, folks. Okay, the next item on the agenda, as I gaze off into space, will be the Veteran Service Officer report.
I'm here. Hey, good morning.
Do we need a brief break?
I was going to suggest it.
Why don't we just break? Let's just we're a little bit ahead of schedule. Let's take a 10-minute recess.
All right. I'll hang out.
If that's okay with you, sir?
We're good.
Let these folks stretch.
Okay.
Board at this time, reconvene the Board of Custer County Commissioners, and it is approximately 11:10. Next item on the agenda will be our Veteran Service Officer report.
So we did this.
I'm practicing shaking your
There
hand.
you go. Okay. All right. Here's the original. Here's your copy.
Thank you.
Here's yours.
Thank you.
Okay. And then, Kelly, here's a copy.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. July. I can't believe it's August already, but it seems like we're just here. July was an interesting month because 4th of July holiday and right into the fair. So first couple weeks it was kind of weird. I had a couple slow days as far as people coming in. It's like, where is everybody? But it picked up at the second half of the month. So the monthly report, which is the first thing covered, you see you had 60 office visits and 57 phone calls, 3 home visits, the outreach visit, and 1 community event. Community event was I was a guest speaker at the American Legion for the month of July. We update them on some of the things that information we brought back from the national conference. So some changes going on. And so let's go through that. And then the database goes up to 386, and then as of Monday was 386, as of yesterday was 387. So had a new vet come in yesterday who actually lives in Pueblo. So he ran into a Custer County vet somewhere, and they were talking about disability claims, and he was having problems, and so he came up to see me. So that So you never know who's going to bump into somebody who wears something. So that continues to happen quite often. So, and on the very last page, the state funding, because the state's on that July through June calendar, and so that letter, this is a copy of the draft. The county you all should have got it at some point to actually sign. Okay, I just want to make sure that you had a copy just in case.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Yep. It was, like I said, it was kind of a shock because at the state conference in April, the number they were throwing out was about half of what they approved. So for it to go the other way, it was kind of like, wow. I think everybody was caught pretty much by surprise by it, but we'll take it. We'll take it. So that's good news. Wetmore, started going back to Wetmore the fourth Monday and had 2 vets come through and there. So it's a start. It'll take a few months for the word to get out. Then I'm back down there. But we had it in the paper. It's going to be in the paper again, I think, this month. Had Wayne Ewing from the Trib by. So we can keep working on that.
I'll bet you're going to be down there 3-4 times a month.
At some point, I can see that happening. And part of the reason is the next item on that list, I did the 2 days of what they call DRC training with the VA, and I was able to do that virtually without having to go to Denver. At first, up until the last day, I thought I was going to have to drive to Denver both days. But they had the technical issues worked out, so I was able to do it virtually. The DRC training is Decision Ready Claim Training that we learned at the national conference. And this is why I think at some point, Decision Ready Claims, just to understand the claim process a little bit overview for you real quick, is with the Decision Ready Claim process, there's now 3 lanes that claims go into. There's the traditional claim, which means you do the bare bone minimum, sign the paperwork, sign the medical release forms. Here, VA, I think I got a claim, help me put it together. That's a traditional claim. Those claims can take anywhere from 6 months to 18 months to get adjudicated. Okay, fully developed claim process means you go to the next level, get the medical records and put everything together in the evidence and have statements done and do a fully developed claim, and that goes into lane. I've had 2 or 3 this year that have been approved in 60 days or less. I had one that was approved in 48 days. So that's the goal and the standard that we're working on. We're not submitting any traditional claims. The only way any of our claims go traditional is if by chance, even though we put a fully developed claim in, as it goes through the process, they go, oh, we would like to have this, this, or this, and then the VA triggers that, and they go get the records. Then it does move it into the traditional lane, but the goal is to avoid that at all means possible.
What do you call them, the second one?
Fully developed claim.
Fully developed.
Yeah, or what they call an FDC claim, fully developed claim. As of now, and we are live and running Decision Ready claims, and what they're going to do with Decision Ready claims, they're averaging, these claims are taking 8.5 days from start to finish once they're submitted. 8.5 days. Yep. Now, what they're starting with, though, is not all claims can be submitted to this system yet. They're starting with what they call claims for increase only. Claims for increase are, the vet comes in, he's rated at 40%. He hasn't been evaluated in 5 years. He says, hey, my symptoms are worse. I think I need to be reevaluated. That's what's called a claim for increase. That's what they're starting with, because those are the easiest ones. Okay, but the process on that is kind of interesting. It's really good. Plus the portal that we do is we scan the claim into a PDF, and we hit an upload button, and that is up until this last week. I was faxing everything in. And as you know, no matter how good the technology is, a fax is still a fax. And when it does show up in the digital file, it looks like a fax. And now with the D360 portal that we're using, by scanning the PDF, when it shows up in the VBMS and their claim file, it looks like an original document. So that's a huge, huge deal. So the nice thing about the 360 portal is I can use that for everything I do, not just for the Decision Ready claims. So that's huge. That's a huge thing. So starting with claims for increase, by September, they're hoping that we can do the DIC claims, which are for surviving spouses, disability, the survivor benefit, indemnity compensation for the surviving spouses of veterans. That's going to be the next clue. And then by next year, their goal is to have where we can submit all claims, regardless of whether it's an original, reopen, increase, whatever, they'll all be done this way. With the goal of being all claims adjudicated in less than 30 days. So that's the goal. That's what's it's so. If you're someone, and this is where our county is really unique in this state, because there's very few rural counties that the VSO is full time. There's only a handful. Okay, mostly, like I mentioned before, Chafee's at 12 hours, Fremont's at 20 hours, and so forth. And the thing is, those counties will not have access to this system because you have to have access to the VA system. If you're not accredited, you don't have access. And so at some point, Werfel County, same thing. Werfel, Fremont, Chaffee County don't have access. So I'm still preparing down the road a few months as this really gets cranking, and because in the veteran community, there's a lot of communication out there going on. And so vets will find out where that's possible, especially vets who are sitting at 50, 60, 70%. They're trying to get those increases done. They find out that it can be submitted and adjudicated in less than 30 days if they go here rather than here. Because some offices, even some of the offices, I think what's going to happen, because it does put a little more work on my office, because some of the things that you have to do then, part of this process is you're responsible to order the comp and pen exam and set that up. And so there's some extra steps involved. So I can do that. I have to, I'm busy. I still have the time to manage and do that. You go to Denver Springs, some of those VSOs are not real thrilled with this news. And a lot of them will probably still do the fully developed claim. They'll say, 2 to 4 months still isn't bad. We'll just keep doing it that way because they don't have the time to do the extra steps that is going to be involved. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a lot of learning curve through this process, but it's good news. Anytime you can get something done in less than 30 days to the VA, that's landmark. So we'll see. But Secretary Shulkin, his goal is to have within a year that all claims will be processed this way. So we'll see what happens. Okay. Matter of fact, I submitted my first one that way. I did a claim last week and uploaded it through that system, so it works great. One of the things, as I mentioned in the past, my goal is always to try to do a little more, get out more visible in the community. It's easy to get kind of stuck in the office. And so one of the things I'm going to do next Wednesday, I'll be at the farmers market on the 9th and the 23rd of this month. And my goal is to do 2 this month and do 2 in September. So like I said, I've been over to the farmers market just to pick things up real quick times, and I've been over and I've run into 3 or 4 vets in 10 minutes over there sometimes, and usually vets who haven't even been to see me yet. So I think that's a good location to go just for visibility purposes. Okay, that's still that is still one of the huge challenges. Is still just awareness. I still run into vets who come in. I just had one come in the other day. He said, "Oh, I didn't know you're here." I said, okay, so obviously I'm still got work to do. Okay, and this is someone that's lived here for over 10 years. So, in communication, DU Law School and Vessel up there at the Veterans Clinic, we've been talking on the phone. We're looking for the 31st August to actually meet and get into more serious discussions about her representing our vets in the BVA level. Okay.
Will you be going up there? They're coming down here.
I'll have to go up there. So. But it's well worth the time. Just had a BVA hearing. I had 2 that came down really short notice, and there just wasn't enough time to get the power of attorneys changed over and everything else. So I went up for the one on the 26th of July. It went pretty well. And Josh, who is the state rep up there, who does, he's done like 200 now. He's pretty good. I'm not comfortable still with, because still, prior to that morning, his hearing was 11:30. We show up at 10:30. Okay, let's look at your case. That's what's happening to the vets in the state, because almost no VSOs are going to the VVA hearings. They don't go. The state you hand them off to the state represent them at the level. But most of those cases, it's not to an hour before that hearing is done before a judge that VSO has time to look at that case. And so that's why I went up there, because of the details. Some of the complications with his case would have been missed, and just because it's just the way the state has done this for years. I'm not happy with that. There are some hearings pretty simple. Appealing this hearing, I mean, there's some simple ones that's fine, okay, but there are some where the complexities, if you got 4, 5, 6, 10, I've got some claims I'm working on. We have 15 plus disabilities that we're talking about. If half of those get denied, you go to a hearing at that many complexities, there's no way half hour before the hearing, the vet's hearing, you're going to get proper representation. Just not going to happen. So So Ann is more than willing and interested in doing that. And like I said, I'll still be involved. The power of attorney will change over to her, but we'll handle most of it through just Skyping, and the vet won't have to go up there, but maybe once at some point prior, a week or so before the hearing. But we'll be able to do most of it just virtually right through here. Okay, that's still a huge thing where we can have our vets walk into his hearing, and that judge sees, oh, who's with you? Oh, I'm Ann Bessel. I'm a VA accredited attorney. That perception is different. It's just different. So I'm still saying that's the way to go. Last two things. I only got one left on the list, but I add one more thing. VSO location in the future. I've brought this up. I'll continue to communicate this and see if we're still okay with me pursuing this, as far as if I can find grant money and so forth to purchase a different location. Type of thing. We're really at the point where we've kind of outgrown where I'm at, and I'm having to kind of work my schedule around different things. And I have vets who call me, I can't get off work till 4:30. Can I meet you at 5? Well, the first thing I got to do is I got to check the calendar, make sure there's no meetings, and so I'm running into those type of situations to where,
Are you saying you need to have Friday available too then?
Well, I think I'm okay for now how I'm doing it, because I still work on Fridays, but I don't do appointments unless it's an emergency type of situation, because the class doesn't start, the court mandated class that they have in there doesn't start till noon. So they start showing about 11:30. So I use that time to do a lot of my research and training and admin things and so forth on that Friday. So the volume of appointments I'm doing, I still Monday through Thursdays, I can handle that far. Down the road somewhere, I think it'll happen.
If you're busy now, how can you handle more volume?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So I'm only doing appointments Monday through Thursday.
But what I'm saying personally, you yourself, as you have your time allotments,
there's still room for growth. There's still management and growth. There's some days I have 8 appointments, some days I have 2. And then on those days I have 2, I get a lot of stuff done in between.
Okay, so you've got.
If we get to the point to where I'm booked, and it's like people are calling, I'm booked solid for 2 weeks, and blah, blah, and when we get to that level of business, then it's a whole different conversation. Right now, I still have enough in my scheduling. Someone calls today, I can get them in a lot of times same day or next day. So.
But you're mentioning, I mean, right now, we do have other organizations coming in there scheduled at 4 o'clock. Where, are you saying another hour would really help you?
Well,
with that in that building?
We have enough young Iraqi Afghanistan vets, some of them are working, who don't get off work to 4:30. And so I take those on a case-by-case basis. I say, okay, like I got one coming in today at 4 o'clock because he works. And he's supposed to come in Monday, but he couldn't get back from Coda Packs in time. So we rescheduled him for today. So, but I don't have so many of those that it's not critical yet. But there's more of them moving in here. And so like demographics of the county is the vast majority of our vets are over 50, 55. Some are retired or retired, so it's not a problem. But I am seeing a growth in that part of the demographic of younger vets moving in here. So down the road, it will become more of an issue. Okay. Right now, it's very manageable.
It's really an easy fix on our end, is to say, I mean, those are your hours, and nothing could be booked till after 5.
Yeah. Well, and even at some, like even right now, I'd say, well, okay, if we just designate one day a week, where to say, okay, Wednesdays or Thursday or whatever, that would be, if someone says they can't come until after 4 o'clock, okay, I can guide them into those slots and say Thursday's when it's available. So we wouldn't have to change the whole week and say no one can be there Monday at 4 or Tuesday at 4. So we're not at that point yet to where I'd say blanket, until 5 o'clock. But that would be your decision.
Well,
as far as
you've got access to the calendar that's on your front door there.
Right.
Could you just let us know what you're seeing so that we can, if we have to, identify those organizations?
Yeah, it fluctuates. Some months there's a couple, and some months there's 5 or 6 meetings in there. So
our policy, or our thought process at that time was that where else do they go? If you're going to have a youth meeting at 4 o'clock, where are you going to go besides here?
Right.
And that was what we felt.
Right,
When
right.
when we made.
And that's why.
Just a second.
Okay.
When we made it, only VSO activities during the day.
Right.
That was our thought process. And then on Fridays, if they wanted to have other meetings, they could meet there during the day on Fridays.
Right.
I appreciate that we may need to go after 5, and I think at that time we say, okay, because of workload, Monday afternoons or Monday and Tuesday meetings won't be available until 5. I think we have to have some place for people to meet at before.
Well, and that's why long term, that's why I bring up the location issue, because I'm looking to expand upon what we're doing more than just being a veteran service office, a veteran service center.
So has the VA bought buildings and stuff in the past?
They would not. They won't even like in Slida.
I knew the answer to that before I
Yeah,
asked.
no, matter of fact, they said they got 1,000 buildings too many right now, so they're actually looking to unload some buildings. But one of the things I'm looking at long term is a telehealth clinic, have telehealth capability here. And the VA says, okay, let us know when you have a location, when you have a building and space for it. Then we'll talk about whether you have the numbers and so forth to go to that next step to actually do that. So
You're talking only about from an administrative standpoint from the VA, not the physical plant.
Right. So one of the requirements with the VA, if you want to expand and actually have telehealth capability here to do like your primary care stuff, rather than vets going down there just for routine things. You have a telehealth clinic, it can be done virtually. Save 2 hours round trip and then an hour in the waiting room down there. 3-4 hour deal. Okay. The VA will not fund the building. They will not fund that part of it. They'll provide all the equipment.
Will they pay rent?
Nope. It's
So
pretty
this
much
is totally a county.
Yep.
County?
They will provide all the technical equipment and everything that's needed for that. And sometimes they actually do, in some counties, they will provide even they'll pay for a nurse to, if it's busy enough, to actually have a part-time or full-time nurse be there as a job, and they'll pay for that salary and so forth.
How could this be teamed up with public health?
I don't know. So, because it's specific through the VA veterans only, and that's the only access for
I know,
it. So,
but we have them both located together. When whatever we're looking at,
right.
That they are health. Those aren't our licensed nurses
Well,
and stuff.
and we can look at that. My thing that I'm looking at is one thing is with veterans, you have a lot of times is I'm looking to incorporate and expand and have it all co-located, VSO and telehealth in one area, and plus have the capability to have meetings as far as I'm looking to do more workshops on education purposes. One of the things that I want to, through the VA system, you have online, you have e-benefits, My Healthy Vet, and these are being totally underutilized in our county. My Healthy Vet is a way for veterans to have access to their medical records, and they can actually pull up and see and order their prescriptions and all that kind of stuff. And we have very few vets using it.
How many square feet would you need?
Well, what I'm looking at in the building that I've kind of looked at and I think is the perfect size is right across from the Rodeo Saddle Club, a little green building that used to be, I guess at one point was a Western wear shop and some other things, but it's right next to D&W shop. It's about 1,500 square feet. And it's about the perfect size to have an office and have a separate office because to have the space for telehealth to move in, plus have a training conference room type setup. That's what anything bigger than that is too big. Anything smaller than that would be cutting it kind of short.
How many dollars are they asking for that?
$149. So my $149.
$149.
Yeah. So my goal is to find a combination of either grant, private funding, and so forth, because I think that's a very doable number in that range for that size building.
What's in there right now?
It's vacant. There's 4 offices in there. None of them are, and there's no load-bearing walls, so it'd be real easy to reconfigure the floor plan. Home Depot, I've already have a contact that Home Depot is interested in supplying a lot of materials as needed at no cost. They do that all over the country, so the main cost would be purchasing that building. So,
And what would be the square feet, would you guess, of that building?
It's 1,500. It's 1,500 square feet.
1,500?
Yep, that's 1,500
So
square
that's
feet.
about what you have now?
Oh, no, I've got about 200 square feet.
Okay.
200 feet.
Yeah, my office is all, that's my area.
Well, we have that whole front area reserved for you, 4 days a week.
Well, but still.
You basically have the building
but
4 days a
it's
week.
still not my area. It's still, it's a shared area. I can't do what I want to do, and you still have traffic coming through. They have people who store stuff downstairs, and so it's not conducive to what we're trying to do long term. It's okay short term, but it's not, as a unless it was a permit to where it was considered the VSO and that's all was there, and then that's a different story. But as far as when you're working with vets, like I said, you got people who have stores down there, American Legion, different organizations. They come through in the middle of the day, come and go. It disrupts. It's very disrupting. So
I think we need to just stop that.
Well, that's your as far as that goes.
Well, I'm serious. If they're going, the only place they can go is to the basement, right?
Yeah. Right.
So
right,
they
for
come in the
storage.
back door.
Right.
We put a
Right.
door there where the kitchen is.
Right. So my goal was not to take over the building. That my understanding was from the beginning that would be a temporary position type thing if something. So my thought is for me to see if I can find the money is to minimize the cost on the county, and as long as the county be willing, just that then once we get the location, to pick the cost of utilities and so forth. But other than that, so that's what my thought.
175,000 then, by the time you get the building and you get communications out there and support facilities and stuff that we're looking at.
That's kind of what my estimate is as far as that goes. I mean, it had 6 phone lines already in as far as that goes.
Do you have internet?
They have 6 phone lines, so
That doesn't necessarily mean you have internet.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So, but it's just a preliminary. I'm just want to make sure that if I can find the money, that before I put too much work and time and energy into it, I'm not chasing a.
I think we find the money, we'll do all we can to support it.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. That's all.
In terms of the, I think in terms of the philosophy of it, I think it's very doable.
Yeah.
I don't know what you feel, but we come down to the
It opens up the possibilities of things that I can't really do now in some areas. Having meeting places more often, more the flexibility to work around things without having the complications I have.
Would you be able to offer some class type things that you could bring in some income for a building like that?
Sure. Yep, I've got enough vets who definitely are interested in supporting it in any way possible, and we could do different things, yard sales, to raise some funding also. I think there are a lot of different organizations who are be interested. It's just a matter of awareness. I think that right now there's a lot of different funding available out there for organizations to be interested in this. And I've talked to a couple, but before I go too far, I want to make sure that, like I said, I just want to make sure I'm not chasing my tail here and put too much energy that it's not.
I think you can count on the 3 of us supporting you in any way we possibly can. Veterans in this community. So I would say you're not chasing your tail.
Okay.
I think we've all demonstrated how much we care about the VSOs, our veterans.
There's just a lot of other things that we can do. Different events, veterans would come out. I envisioned even simple things. By having it set up that way, it gives vets more opportunities, more reasons to come through there. So if the telehealth is co-located, every time they come through that door for something, it gives me a reason to have contact. We have a lot of PTSD vets in this county that are at high risk. We have a lot of high-risk suicide PTSD vets in this county. And so the more I have contact with them, the better that is. And so we have them come through for one thing I'm going to do, hopefully, probably first part of October. I'm going to do a class, an education class on Medicare and VA benefits for our Medicare population. Because I've been trying to say, hey, I need to get the older vets to come and see me. And one of the things when they do come and see me is I find out that a lot of Medicare folks don't understand Medicare. I did Medicare sales for 10 years, so I already knew that. But then when you throw in, they're trying to navigate through 2 federal health care programs. There's a lot of confusion in that. So this fall, before open enrollment starts, I want to have a class and get them through. And it's just those are the type of things I'm looking to do. Voc rehab, we have a lot of vets here who are eligible for voc rehab benefits, and they're not using them. So if I had that space there, I'd like to convince. I think I get the voc rehab counselor to start coming up once a quarter to start. And once they know that they're here, they'll show up to find out, hey, I can do this.
a lot of vets don't know that if they're disabled, they get qualified for voc rehab, they can do online college classes and they'll pay for it. They can go to law school. Voc rehab will pay for it. There's a lot of possibilities. So to have that space would be a huge asset.
What's
for
your
the
item?
county. The only item was I had spoke with John this morning from Senator Bennett's office. He just did a community meeting thing down in Trinidad, went real well, and he was able to get some of the VA folks from the regional office to come down. And he wanted to know if we'd be interested in doing one of those workshops here. And I said, absolutely. And I specifically asked him, I said, if he could get a hold of someone from the Office of Rural Health, the VA has a separate office strictly for helping rural health communities, and they're hard to get hold of. They're very hard to get hold of. If he could bring someone from that office to come down, that'd be great. They have great videos and websites that we're here to support the rural communities, but when you contact them, it's hard to get anybody to respond. So,
And that's the place I see, though, the public health can play a role.
mm-hmm. No, absolutely.
You know, everybody has to have their own deals, and we need to combine some of these if we can.
Sure. Oh, absolutely. I'm open to
And
that.
we can take the Office of Rural Health and tie that into part of what we're doing with our public health and get some funding.
Mm-hmm.
That and again, we get more bang for our buck.
Absolutely. Okay.
Can we get a meeting with, well, let's see, your supervisor's out of Denver, and he's
The
been
director.
down here a couple of times.
Right. Ben.
I would like to, I'm just thinking on what my colleagues want to do, but I would like to sit down with him and go over what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm concerned that we, as your workload increases, that somehow we can service it. And you know, we have to put a secretary in it. Well, that's our cost, I understand that. But they won't pay for administrative assistant for you, will they?
No. What we're getting from state, and that's, like I said, when I started 2 years ago, we were getting $100 a month. So it's
come a long way.
It's come a long way.
No, but what I'm saying is we're looking at growth.
Well, and here's really the state stand on my job is I'm a county employee. Every county's different. It's up to the county commissioners to determine the need. And they're really pretty much hands off in this area. Ben's not my supervisor. The state law stipulates that these are mandated positions by the state on the county and provide, so on and so forth. And then the state is responsible for doing some of the basic training stuff. Okay, and that's their obviously support and so forth. They're available to review all the claims, which I don't send through them anymore. I've had 3 that got messed up there. So that's their role, is to support the county offices, but not to dictate how they're ran and so forth. So he'll tell you, well, it's up to you guys.
So the stuff that you're looking at, all those other programs and stuff,
that's up to me to drive that
I
train.
know it's up to us.
Right, it is. That's what I'm saying. But it's up, when I go to the state conference, this is one of the things that I still don't understand, but they don't even push very hard for VSOs to go get accredited and go do the extra trainings and so forth. They leave that up to each county. And so most rural counties, they don't go. They don't do it. That's why you find most of the rural counties don't have accredited VSOs.
Are we supporting you in the manner in which you need to be supported?
Yeah, it's getting better and better. I mean, and my responsibility, and this is why I was going to mention, and we talked maybe about, at some point I'd like to do a workshop with the 3 when we have some time, have you come over to the office, and I can actually kind of walk you through some of the things I do. So when I talk about the new portals and how I'm submitting claims and doing it, you can actually kind of see the process and what is involved, because some of these things take a few hours, okay? And some of these things take 2 minutes. So, but they give you the more education, insight that you understand of what I do, not that you have to be an expert, but just have a better understanding of it, will help you understand what my need is. So,
Go ahead. No, I haven't.
yeah.
Just help me, I'm going to ask a stupid question.
Okay.
You do have an 8 to 5, 5-day-a-week job, right?
Well, I'm 8 to 4.
I understand that, but I mean...
Monday through Thursday, and I'm right now I'm 35 hours, and part of my proposal for the new budget year was going to be that I be bumped to 40, but I would still be 8 to 5, go 8 to 5,
Here's what I'm
and then
with your workload expanding the way it is, and the privacy nature of what you do, I mean, this isn't the kind of thing you can have out in the open and talk to someone about their issues. Maybe we ought to think about something like a lease purchase on the old what used to be the Sentinel building that's for sale now. I mean, maybe the county could do a lease purchase and make it a VSO office. I recognize it's going to cost money, but we have to support Tim and we have to support the veterans.
I think we got to go through our budget process one time before we reach out. So you folks understand the demands.
No, I agree, but with everything that you're saying, our demographic here with vets are driving what you're doing.
Exactly.
I mean, the other counties in our state
Yes
don't
and no.
have.
Because they're bringing people in from other counties that aren't our demographics.
I will tell you it's a cause and effect thing. In my background, was recruited at 26, so from 26 on, I had marketing and sales background. And there's a definite cause and effect. That the more public awareness, it's like the Field of Dreams movie, if you build it, they will come. And I really believe in that. And so the more we do, and more public awareness, and more vets start talking, and we've had enough good results, and I've had enough claims where we won, and vets have come in from other areas, and so forth. They go back and they talk. Like I said, the vet came in yesterday, said, I bumped into, what's his name, lives up here, and I like to come up here anyway, so I've got this problem with my claim, and can you help? He came all the way from Pueblo. And and the numbers show that 2014, I pulled all the state reports that were submitted. 2014, 140 appointments for the whole year. Went through the office. 2015 we did 570. Last year we did 1,024, and we're on pace to do that again this year.
Stop.
Yeah.
2014, how many appointments?
140.
Okay. And 15?
575.
16?
1,024.
And so far this year?
We're over 500. I haven't ran numbers. We're like at 530, 540, somewhere there. So we're
500 plus already.
Yeah, and then the Veteran Trust Fund kicks off in September. That's when and that drives a lot of people coming through for that, especially the first couple months. I mean, the first September.
You took over in 15?
The 15th of April.
In 15, wasn't it?
Yeah. And so by the time, and remember, it was an empty office. I walked in, no desk, no nothing. Okay, on that day. So and then I went to the state conference within a week, and it was probably June 1st before we really were up and running. As far as
and will the how do I say this? We're becoming a regional office, even though it's a county office.
The potential is there because of these changes that are come down with the claim submission changes. It's going to be huge. So the counties that don't have access, those people are going to say, hey, how come I can't do this? I heard about this.
That's where I'm going. Can we, be consideration to go to these other counties and say, okay, for this amount of support, because we're servicing and we have this ability to service, help straighten the pot.
I don't know if you're in communication with anyone. My hope would be at some point that Fremont County should be minimum one VSO 40 hours, and they probably should have two down there. I mean, they easily could have enough traffic come through there to have two full-time VSOs down there. I'm convinced of that. But Al, who's down there, he doesn't want to be full-time. I asked him point blank in September, how come you didn't go full-time? I like being part-time. So that's where the person sitting in the chair has a responsibility, who's going to drive a lot of that.
What's the situation in Warfno?
Warfno County, he works 4 to 8 hours. He works primarily from home a lot. A lot of their vets go down to Trinidad. I know that for a fact. So I've been in conversation.
Trinidad doesn't have the capabilities you have.
No, not yet. Al's down there. He's actually got hired a year before I did, and he hasn't gone through and gotten accredited yet.
What about Chafee?
Chafee's at 12 hours a week.
Pardon?
12 hours a week they're open for.
So there are 3 counties around us that they would support. You know, we can service those people, but I think they need to be kicking into the pot just like we do.
I
know politically you can't go there because
I can't go there, and I don't. And I think what would happen, it might be interesting, it might be beneficial if that were brought up, because then it may make them review what they're doing, and then I don't think they'll ever agree to that, but I think it may be, well, maybe we need to kick up our hours on our VSO.
Who
Make
do you
sure.
don't think would agree to that?
No, I don't think so.
Would that be, you're talking about the commissioners?
Yeah, that's just my opinion. I don't know any of them, so I don't know.
But the commissioners would be the
Right.
route that we would go through, wouldn't it?
It would, but I would foresee that they said, well, if we're going to spend more money, why not just increase the hours of our office?
That would be wonderful, because then you'd have less.
So that's what I say. It may be beneficial to start that conversation. It may cause them to review and so forth, type situations.
Oh, we still got some other items. Do you, anything else for you folks?
No, just for me, other than a report.
Well, please keep us abreast of your situation,
Okay.
meetings after
Okay.
quarter, if that's going to help.
And I think maybe we need to sit down and kind of develop, I'm going back to extension, but a plan of work. And maybe now, is he a part of our budgeting process to the degree the other departments are not? This is just a payroll basically for his office, isn't it?
No,
No,
I
we
submit a
stopped
budget.
maintenance. He
Yeah,
does a
I've got
budget.
a budget. It's a
He's
small
got a
one. It's
budget.
like
Okay,
8, 9,
in that budget you have, this year you will have a 5-year plan.
Okay.
And let's enumerate some of these things in that budget, so
And
we've
he's
got
got the forms.
so we've
Yep.
got,
Yeah, I got the packet.
an idea of what we need to be going and some deadlines.
Yep.
Right. And I agree totally. And that's what I'm trying to do is I'm looking I'm actually working on a 10-year plan. Is how I'm looking at it.
Okay.
Because I plan to work the minimum 67, but I think I may, if I'm doing okay, go to 70. Okay. And like I said, my goal all along from the beginning is to be, if we get this to a certain level, to then make it attractive enough that I can go to Fort Carson, Pete Field, and recruit the year prior that I retire, that this would be attractive enough to say, hey, I can find a sharp E7, E8, getting ready to retire after 20 years, who's about 39, 41 years old. That person coming behind me may then be here for 20 years. And that's stability because of the process of the complexities. And some of my claims, I'm working on appeals that have been going on for 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And so continuity is important.
And we've talked about that before.
Yeah.
Right,
And I do think we need to wrap it, we've got 3
Yeah,
more
let me get out of your way.
items to go.
I just want to ask one thing. With your increase that was
Mhm.
effective retroactive
Mhm.
July 1, any comments on that?
Thank you.
Is it where you were expecting to be?
It's close, in my opinion. Like I said, and I've got, and part of my budget presentation will be where I think I should be. It brings me close to where we'll be, but it's still, for a full-time accredited VSO, it's still under what the low end is.
That's what I was wondering. That's
around
what
the
I
country.
needed to
So,
hear you say.
right.
Okay.
So, but it's better.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
all right. You guys need to vote on that.
You have to sign it.
You have to sign it. You have to vote on
Motion.
it.
We need a motion.
Motion.
A motion.
To sign it. Yeah.
I make a motion, we accept the Veteran Service Officer report as submitted for the month of July 2017. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, any discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign.
And
Carries.
at some point, definitely would like y'all to come
Yeah,
over
I'm-
for just a short workshop, half hour
Could
type
you
of
just
situation.
send us some suggested times
Okay.
could look at?
Okay. Friday morning would be actually perfect because, like I said, I don't schedule appointments, but I do come in for 3-4 hours, and before that class kicks off about 11:30. So like at 9 o'clock on a Friday.
Not this week.
No, not this week, but just
But looking at a Friday.
yeah. So whatever,
Well-
just let me know what works best for you guys. I know yours.
See, she needs copies of this.
Yes.
How about a week from Friday, the 11th, at 9 o'clock?
Okay, that works for me.
Let's slow down just a little bit.
Yeah, take a look.
You know, we've got
Just let
lots
me
of
know.
things on our plate.
Yep.
Let's just catch up a little bit.
Take a look. Just let me know.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thanks for what you're doing for our vets.
Just
Thank
keep
you.
plugging away.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right.
Okay, Human Services.
Hello, Clint, how are you? It seems like it's been a while.
Good morning.
Okay. Yeah, you want to do this one first?
Which one is it?
That's that core services program thing that I sent to you guys to review. And I'm sure you have, probably have questions about that.
I'm sure you do. So, we get a certain amount of money from the state to do core services for our child welfare. And what that is that we try to do stuff before and after kids are put in placement, besides just providing a placement for them. And we get a certain amount of money to do that, and then we have to divide it up as to how we're going to do it. So, now, if you get into like page you get into page, well, now they're not. We get to something that looks like this. Yep.
Service funding only?
Yeah.
For core service, that's the page I'm on.
Page 2.
Okay.
Did you bring a spare copy of that?
No, I didn't.
Do not have my copy.
Okay. I can run and get you one.
That's it. No, I'll look at
Okay. Okay. So this program is called PA3, and what that is what we get services into the home before we actually open a case. We get a call and there's stuff going on, we check it out, we don't need to place a child, but we want to get services in there. So we can do it with this program. And it's called home-based intervention, and we take the funding from there. Now, if you want to, yeah. So that's what that one
And
is.
that can cover, though, all those other things under the same PA3?
Yes. Well, PA3, we had to decide where, since we're going to do this program, all these other programs have funding, and we had to decide where we were going to take the funding for PA3 out of. So we took it out of home-based intervention, because that's where we're going to be. So that's what we did on that. Then on the next page, you will see we actually have home-based therapy, and that one, that's the amount that we've budgeted for that. Okay?
This one.
County service, but where does the home-based, oh, okay, got it. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, that's okay. I don't know why I did. Okay, so that's what we're doing
I was
with
looking for therapy in the title.
Well,
And this costs us,
and if you go, that's what I was going to tell you. Actually, if you go to the very last page, which is page 10, it breaks this down. All these, we're just showing how we're going to break it down, how we're going to pay it. But if you get on page 10, it talks about the actual funding in it. And the only one that we pay any money for at all is that top one, that intensive family therapy. And the 15,000 that's budgeted there, 80% state, 20% of that is county. Only after we have used, all of the rest of these are 100% state. Okay? So this home-based therapy, well, it's intensive family therapy down here in the bottom part of that here. We're going to use that first. We only would come up and use this one where it's 80-20 after we expended all of the dollars in this one.
Wait, I can't see which one.
Oh, I'm sorry. This one here, this intensive family therapy, see the
Right.
15,000
Right.
here?
Right.
But we would only tap into that after we used it up down here in this line item, which is 100% state.
Got it.
so we
Okay.
got 4,300 is 100%
Right.
state. And then if you
Yeah.
used it up there, then you go directly up to the intensive family therapy.
Right, and then
And that is an 80-20
that's an 80-20, that's an 80-20. That's the only one that we pay 80-20 on. The rest of them are 100%
And we
state.
pay 20%.
And you pay 20%. So basically, this is the thing in a nutshell. This is where it comes down. The rest of this is how we just had to come up,
How you got there?
how we got there. So this is the one that's their main thing. Okay? So we have to do this every year, and we use course services a lot to keep kids out of placement, because it's much cheaper to have kids out of placement than it is to have kids in placement. And we were so excited when we started getting course services, because before we never had any preventative services, and they started doing that and found out that that was much more successful than kids being in placement. And so we do this every year. And we have 2 kids right now that we're using course services for right now.
So that funding of the 15.3, who comes up with that? Is that what you You make up that figure?
No, they give us these
They
funds.
give you that.
They give us a certain amount of money. Yeah. They give us a certain amount of money.
Based on your activity?
And based on our county size and activity and all that, they have a formula. They have a formula for everything. Yeah, so that's how they come up with that. Did you have a question, Bob?
No, I think I'm getting there.
Okay.
I just found 29,449 and I was looking for it to come off of here and it's over here and I figured it out.
Okay, yeah, it's just how to get there. So.
I got there, yes ma'am.
Okay, so I need this signed, and so by the chair, and then that would be you. If everybody is in agreement with that, probably need a motion. Is that right, Bill? I don't know.
Do you usually make a motion for that? Do you do it every year?
Well, yeah, we do it every year.
I will entertain a motion to accept the course services as program as outlined.
Okay.
So moved.
I made the motion.
Oh, I thought you said you would entertain the motion.
I'll make a motion. Anyway, you second it.
I didn't second
Any
it,
discussion?
But I will second it.
Okay.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Thank you.
Okay, so then I need you to sign it down here as chairman of the board, and then I'll sign it up top. And the middle person we don't have, so we don't sign that. And do you get a copy of this or not? No? Yes?
I don't know, I'll look.
You'll look, because I'm not sure. Because at one time we didn't, and then I can't remember. Some of them you get, some of them you don't, and I don't know. Okay, because I can sure get that to you. Okay. All right. So, that was the main thing we had to do. I have to get that back to them, so we're good on that. And then here's our other thing, my note there. Okay. And we're okay. I mean, there's no red flags. You always ask me, do you have any red flags? No, I do not have any red flags. We're doing fine on everything. We're doing good.
Could you remind me, please, what TEFAP is?
Temporary Emergency Food Assistance Program, TFAB. That's when we get all of it's commodities. They have to give it a big name. It's commodities.
I couldn't remember what it meant.
And in June, we had 3, I'm on to the Community Service Block Grant, and we had 3 payments in June, which was a lot for us. Usually we don't, may have
This
one.
is on our last page.
Yeah, yours are probably mixed up to mine. In June, we had 3 community service block grant for emergency services such as rent and stuff, and then energy outreach, we had 4. So for that month, we had 7 emergency assistance payments, which was quite a bit for us. But CSBG, we're getting very low on funds. We only have $460.33. They're telling me that they've been awarded money. They don't know when we're going to get it or how much I'm going to get, so I'm waiting to see on that. EOC on here, we only have a balance of $246. I did get a little bit of money. I'm not sure how much it is because I haven't gone in and checked that yet, but it's not going to be very much.
But this is something normally comes in like in the fall, isn't it?
It runs until the end of September, and then we start again in October with a new grant. I've already done the grant a long time ago, and I should be approved. They're redoing forms. They'll have a meeting that we have to go to, mandatory meeting where they're going to tell us how much we're going to get and all of that stuff.
Yeah, we have $246 left. Suppose you have requests that exceed that.
Then I can't do it. But I did get some more funding, and it's just not showing up in here. But yeah, no, I can't do it because that's all the money there is. So if somebody comes in and they have a request for $500 and I have $246, I can't help them.
Where would the additional funding come from? You said you got.
If I have some then in my community service block grant, I can
juggle back and forth.
use. I've done that. I've paid some out of EOC, and I paid some out of community service block
And that's
grant.
legal?
Oh yeah, they don't care. As long as I don't exceed it here and I don't exceed it here, they don't care.
I'm just concerned that we get some early fall.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
Post-snap.
and like I said, I did get a little bit more emergency services. And Judy Gilkerston from UCOG told me that they have been told they have the money. She just doesn't know how much I'm going to get or when we're going to get it. So we're just waiting to see on that.
And the other thing I was concerned with was that we didn't expend next fiscal year's money.
Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, we can't, no.
Deficit here.
No, it won't let you do that, no. Okay, and then the rest is our food assistance, how much we paid out this month, or in the month of July, actually. Not this one, June. We're in June, this is June. We're always a month behind on this. And then the amount of TFAB that we did. So,
Okay.
go ahead. No, that's it.
How many kids do we have right now in care then?
4. We have
And
4.
they're all 4 in foster.
They're all in foster care. Well, yes, they're all in foster care. One of them is in what we call Chafee now. She's independent, and she's independent living in Fremont. We're not paying for her to be in care. She's in her own little apartment, so we're not paying for her right now. We still have custody of her. We have court in September, and we're going to request that we no longer have custody, and then we won't have her. But yeah, as of June and July, we are not paying for her. She's in a...
And at what age do these kids graduate?
Oh, out?
If you're 18, yeah, is that...
We
Up until
we can keep them longer depending on their circumstances. If we have somebody that hasn't graduated high school and they're still in school, we'll keep them until they graduate. And that type of stuff, it just kind of depends. It also depends on what the judge says. It all depends on kids and whatever. But emancipation age really for Colorado, for these guys, if they're 18 and they want to be done with us and we don't have any legal rights to hold them, some of them want us to keep on while they finish school or whatever, and we can do that instead of dumping them. That was a big thing that was increased, is instead of when they turn 18, we just say, see you later. And so we don't do that anymore unless they request that, which some of them do.
And you said we can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Should that be, we have to do that? If we want to continue beyond 18, we have no choice, do we?
Well, no. Yeah, I mean, if the child says, I'm 18 and I no longer want to be in your custody, we can
That's what
keep...
the child says. But suppose a child wants to continue in your custody, that's their decision. It's not your decision. Is that right?
Well, that's true. I mean, we can make the recommendation, if we have a child that turned 18, they're still in school, we're going to keep them until they graduate, and they're fine with that, we will do that. But if they're 18 and they're in school and they say, I don't want anything else to do with you, see you. And the judge approves that, then that's what we do with them. So it's just up to the kids in some ways and some not. We like to keep them until they're out of high school and know that they're going to be on their feet a little bit. Okay?
Anything else?
I don't have anything else. You have anything else?
I just want to add that when we had our auditor's report, you got a good report.
Oh, good. Good to know. We try. We got all these programs going on and grants and stuff, and so sometimes you're like, but we try to make sure that we have everything and backup and everything else. So, but thank you.
I understand, just from that presentation, could be a lull of up to 60 days until we see where things finally.
Yeah, it takes a while because we get reimbursed, and we just had Fremont County does some of our intensive home therapy and stuff, and we had, and then they bill us, and then we pay it out of our court services dollars. And yesterday I got a call from the bookkeeper down there and said, we got a payment from you for $90, but we don't show that we billed you for $90. And I said, I don't remember getting a bill for $90. It was for the month of July. And she goes, we can't figure that out. And I said, I can't figure that out either. So she did.
I signed a check, but I shouldn't have signed
No, it's all done electronically. This one does. So we're all going, I don't know. So she did a little bit more digging, and she called me back and said, this is who it was for this child. And we're going, she goes, but we still didn't bill you. And I said, I know you didn't. So I got to thinking about it last night and came in and did some more checking and found out it was for expenditure in January. But for some reason, it didn't hit the system until July. And because we're like, what in the world? And we look back and it said January expenditure. Because we're like, But this gal is still doing, working with his family, but Fremont County hasn't billed us lately. But we're like, why did that take so long for that to go through the system? But yeah, we see weird stuff like that all the time. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh no, that's not me. He gave me mine back. I was thinking he still had
You
mine.
signed one?
I have. You gave me the signed one. You signed it, and then I'm going to sign it, and then I'm going to send it in where to go. And then, because you signed that one.
This is fine, then, I don't need to
Yeah,
do
that's
this one.
that's just your copy of it,
All right.
and that's mine, and
We're
then
good.
yeah, we're good.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you. Bye. See you later.
Hello, Virginia.
Hello. Sorry.
Bye, Miss Virginia.
How are you today?
All right, so we'll start with the June one that I didn't get to give the last time. Here's the one you need to sign. I'll hold it until you don't do it.
So I have 2 months.
Yes. Yeah, we have last month and this month.
What's your feel on sales tax and some of that stuff? General feel it, it's a little better?
Actually, I have a spreadsheet that I can bring in to you. I keep it, I just put the figure in and I don't look at it. Sales tax is more her wheelhouse. We just receipt it.
Pardon?
We receipt it is all we do.
I know, but I'm looking at it from an income standpoint for the county. I look at the businesses and stuff, and it seems like we have more people around than we had last year, and I'm just wondering if our sales taxes
Have increased.
Are reflecting that.
I can look at that and I'll let you know.
It's no big deal, I'm just...
No, I know, but it'd just take a minute to pull it up and print out the spreadsheet. The auditors asked us, which we didn't understand when they were going through all of the paperwork, how come we had so much extra money? And I said, well, I know the clerk's office is doing, their business days are like some days 12, 13, 14,000, which in the past, they've never been like that. So yeah, you can see an uptick on that. Zoning is doing more than they were.
We had a 23,000 the other day.
Wow.
That's going to be good.
Wow.
For when we sit down and project what we need.
Well, see, that's one thing you can't project.
No, but I mean for what you're going to have in house, but doing strategic planning.
Yeah.
On what we need.
Yeah, we've always had the entities call us, like library, when they first had a person in there, and they says, could you tell us what the projected on the SO tax is? And I says, if you can tell me how many people's going to buy new cars and could come in and license them, then I can kind of project it, but no, I can't project that kind of thing, so.
No,
Well,
but
but
now you have the money in the bank. The money's here.
Yeah, oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
Yes.
Statistically, you can follow trends, and it gives you an indication. No, you can't give them, it's going to be X number of dollars.
Yeah, you kind of just go what you collected this year and then go from there. I did look it up, and we're at 95% collection for in July.
That's great.
We only have 5% more to collect, so, and that's usually mainly on the tax lien sale.
Is that what we should be at? Is that what we're normally
That's
at?
normal, yeah, that's normal.
Did you notice any anomalies that we should be brought to our attention?
No, the only thing that's nice so right now is County General is flush, and that's nice. But
Do you track your online receipts? Is there a way to track what you're getting online?
we can actually probably, I'd have to look to see. We have it in our checkbook, separate credit cards. We always keep credit cards separate because they are a hard thing to track. particularly when we have our bank statements and we reconcile weekly. So we always have to keep track of all those credit cards, and it's not just from our office, it's from their office, it's going to be from nursing office, sometimes zoning uses it. Assessor's office, if they have somebody who wants to use a credit card, has to come down and use our system because they don't have one. So we could, it'd be a little more of a process.
Do you use PayPal or just credit card?
We use Point and Pay.
Point and Pay.
That's a free service for government. The person that gets charged is the person that's charging. They get their fee, and they had to go to legislation to get that done, to pass that on to the customer, because basically you're supposed to take on that fee yourself if you were a company.
Looks good to me. Do either of you have any comments? Do I need to sign the July one?
You can look at it yet. That's a different one. And then also quarterly report that you guys are supposed to peruse, and then I file with Kelly for my PT monies.
If you hear me sign, I'm not signing at you. I'm just a little plugged up right now.
Okay.
I'm not disgusted.
When do you normally put your notice in the paper about delinquent?
It'd be in October, I think, second or third week. We've already got it set up when we're going to do that. That's one thing that at budget time it's really hard to come up with, because Little always charges at like $3,500. Sentinel only charges maybe, what did they charge, like $800, $900 last time. So from year to year, the first year it went, I knew we were going to be Sentinel. Well, then in the middle it switched to the Tribune. So I was short that year because I didn't put enough. So basically on that line we usually leave, like, I think it's like 4,000 is in there now, because I never know which paper we're going to be with. If I knew we were going to be with the Sentinel all the time, then I could leave it at the small amount.
To see if the sign.
You need to initial us or anything?
No.
Let the record show that we have reviewed the quarterly report for the Custer County Board of Trustees. Everything's in order. Okay? Is that all I needed to do for you?
Easy peasy.
Oh!
Thank you.
Just a general information, Virginia, being you live out that way, we hauled 54 loads of trash out of Hardscrabble at that South Bridge in Greenwood yesterday.
Oh wow, and did it come up here to this landfill?
No, Bill Donnelly let us dump it over here on his place.
Oh, what's
So
he
what
going to
you-
do with it?
We'll burn it after the dry's out.
Oh, I see. I think
And when I say trash, it wasn't the garbage stuff, it was logs, logs that had come down in the flood.
I saw that on Facebook, all that debris coming down. Yeah, it was terrible.
But anyway, if you see the big long piles when next time you go into Wetmore,
That's it.
we have three deep in there.
Oh, wow. Okay, I'll get you copies.
Okay, at this time, I think on my agenda, that does conclude the reports. Do any of you have anything else or something I've overlooked? At this time, we will recess until 7 o'clock tonight, and we will reconvene back in the courtroom.
We have a 2 o'clock DA meeting.
Right, but that's not part of our county.
Right.
No. So at this time, I declare the commission meeting in recess. I would like to reconvene this meeting of the Board of Custer County Commissioners. It is August the 2nd, 7 p.m. And I would like to also reconvene by again starting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Buchel, would you lead us, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. This is just a continuation of the meeting we started at 9 o'clock this morning. And the only agenda items that we have tonight that we're going to be addressing will be basically a report to you citizens on the county activities of the various departments that we're involved with, and bring you up to date on some of the things that are going on in the county. We flipped a coin, and I lost, so I'm the first one to start. Can all of you hear me okay?
Yes, yes, sir.
They can hear you in Fremont.
That's exciting
Audience.
when we have good people doing good work. Oh, we're not live yet?
We are. Do you want to do audience?
Introduction.
Oh, okay, yes, please. Let's start over here and introduce the audience again. We'll start with you.
Barbara Prince.
Dan Bubis.
Jackie Bubis for the Sentinel.
Kathy Griffin.
Joe Grumowski.
Doc Campbell.
Dale Mullen. Charles Bozel. Wilson Jarvis. Brad Mercer. Tim Stoll.
Linda Gady.
Glenn Smith.
Okay, see what happens when I don't have an agenda. I'm responsible for 4 different departments in the county. Road and Bridge, Veteran Service Office, the landfill, and the Office of Emergency Management. Road and Bridge, I think, will be where I'll start tonight. We were able to do some juggling after the first of the year in terms of some resources. We had people that were making $14 an hour operating $350,000 piece of equipment. We're having a challenge to maintain operators. Come on in and to retain operators. They go to another county and make more money. Gary and I spent some time and working with our finance people. We were able to give from $1.50 to maybe a $2 raise on the bottom end of the people. The top end didn't get anything, but those folks that were down at the lower end, I think our minimum salary now, I believe, is $16. It's not great as an operator, but it's better than it was. The Road and Bridge have been working in a lot of areas trying to do some road resurfacing. It only took us about a day and a half to spend all the money we had for chip sealing this year. But they did chip seal about, I believe, 5 miles of road. We have had a lot of areas they've been over blading and trying to pull the roads back up with a crown to improve the bar ditches. We have areas that, quite frankly, folks, most of you may not realize, but we have to send water trucks out ahead of our motor graders in order to get enough moisture that we can reach down and we can cut off the corduroys that are across the road, lay it back across, and then repack it to a degree. I think we've made some reasonable progress in this area. The one thing that I think shines immediately, I guess you remember the most recent the best, but we had, as you know, a flood occur on, we've had a number of them, but the last one was on Saturday afternoon and Saturday night. This is about the 4th in a series of high water events that we've had coming down the South Hardscrabble, the Junkins Fire Burn area, and through the communities of Greenwood and Wetmore. The preceding ones, we've had to clean up a couple of culverts to keep from plugging, but they've not been a serious threat. In this particular issue, I only had 0.8 of an inch of rain fall on the burn scar, but it was a fairly slow-moving storm. But we had about 0.8 fall, and we had a tremendous head of water come out of the South Hardscrabble drainage. Come down through South Hardscrabble, joined with North Hardscrabble. There were a lot of misinformation sent out. Supposedly North Hardscrabble was flooding and the bridge in Wetmore was closed and water was going over the bridge 4 foot high. Water never got within 4 feet of the bottom of the bridge. We had plenty of clearance in that situation. But we did have some areas impacted. We have a bridge that is on where the South Hardscrabble comes out and we cross it going over to North Creek towards Beulah. That bridge was topped by the flow. I don't have a cubic feet per second estimate yet, but talking with the Forest Service, they give us some ideas. The bridge wasn't topped seriously. There was no structural damage to it, but it was the bridge is about, I think, about 7 feet high, and probably 30 feet across. But it kind of come around each end, but we didn't have any structural damage and the integrity was maintained. Coming down the next crossing, the next county asset at risk would be the first culvert that you cross when you go into the community of Greenwood from the south end. We had a tremendous amount of tree limbs and tree stumps and logs and debris pile up next to that bridge and behind that bridge. We did have one structure that was flooded. The gentleman had insurance with Lloyd's of London. They've already been out and done their evaluations for him. It could have been a whole lot worse. Most of his damage is in the basement area. But the water did get high. After the water went, and we did have our road crew out, we had the two gentlemen out of Wetmore. And I may have to ask Scott Camper back here to help me a little bit, but I believe we had 5 from up here, didn't we? 4 or 5?
Just 3, myself, Vince Cook, and Roger Squire.
But we brought down a backhoe, brought down trucks to haul out debris and stuff to maintain that, maintain those infrastructures. We saved the culverts. We go down to the next culvert, and we had some debris pile up on it. This is where the 390 goes across. And did wash down through a shop, come pretty close to a house. But after we got the debris cleaned out again and the head dropped, was not serious damage. The second crossing you have in Greenwood is right next to a very pretty home. We jokingly call it the California house, and that's what the owners also call it. But the creek kind of just bends around it. It come over the bridge, went down the road around the house on one side, maintained in the channel on the other side, and they didn't sustain any damage. We do have some more cleanup work to do down there because a little debris was left behind. The next issue we had was when we reached Wetmore. If you go down into the community of Wetmore from the south end, you'll cross the bridge across Hardscrabble Creek, and that bridge did gather some debris, but most of the water we had going down the road, we had water flooding down the county road, come out on an irrigation ditch and spread out onto the road. But we did have a little bit of topping, but again, we've had no serious structural damage. The next issue that I'm aware of that was asset that was impacted was the footbridge that goes across Hardscrabble right in front of the community building. That did come loose and swing back next to the bank. I haven't looked at it to see how much damage, but it's a minimal loss compared to what we might have been. Let's go back up to the first one I was telling you about in Greenwood. We had a tremendous pile of, as I told you, of trash. We weren't able to do anything Sunday or Monday, but yesterday morning we had a commercial trackle on site. And our county crew hauled away 54 loads of debris. And as you're driving down the road to Wetmore, just before you get to Wetmore, you'll see some long piles of mud and stumps and stuff, and that's where they hauled it to. But they did a great job of cleaning that out. The threat to our infrastructure has been removed. The threat of immediate flooding to the landowner, to the homeowner, has been removed. And I think we're in a point now. If we have another flood tonight, heaven forbid, but we're ready to take it on. So I want to give a lot of kudos to the extra hours that Road and Bridge worked on those. They were down there. I finally left them about 11 o'clock that night and come back home, but they were still working on them. So that's a quick update on the Road and Bridge. I don't think I've forgotten anything. Scotty, have I forgotten anything major you're doing? No. I think that's kind of it. The next one I want to move on to now is a veteran service officer. As you know, we hired a new gentleman about 2.5 years ago. About 3 years ago, we had, I think, 140 visits to the veteran service office. It's gone up, the next year was about 500. It's gone up. In the last year, in 2016, we had over 1,000 visits of veterans to our veteran service office here in Custer County. I think that shows a tremendous growth in our program. Tim Swartz is our veteran service officer. Tim has taken on his initiative to get some additional training and schooling, and has now reached the point, folks, that he can go directly into DC and work on some of the veterans issues for individual veterans. And we have become somewhat of a beacon for our surrounding counties. We're having veterans from Warfno, from Chaffee, from Pueblo, from Fremont County coming up here because they're getting more service, more personalized service than they are in their offices in their respective counties. I think it reflects also that our veterans are responding to service. I know he's been able to go back as an example and take some Vietnam era widows and secure benefits for them. I know he's able to fast track a lot of the benefits that our county veterans are seeking. So I think the Veteran Service Office has done a tremendous job. We are still in kind of a less than desirable location. We're over in the annex. They could use more room, they could use more privacy. It's something we're looking at down the road that maybe we can develop. But at this time, we do have them in a location that can work, and Tim is also going down to Wetmore right now, 1 day a month, and we'll probably expand that in our community building. Library in Wetmore, we do have an office that the Veteran Service Officer can use to service those veterans that are down there. So I think that's exciting. We had a few things floating around on a landfill. I know some of the headlines that I saw was talking about raising landfill fees. I'm the commissioner responsible for landfill, and at this time we have no plans to raise the fees. Last year, our landfill only cost our county about $18,000. The rest of the operating expenses, the rest of the budget was covered by user fees. And I think it's important that we also recognize that. We're looking at new areas. We realize we have a limited capacity. And if we do raise anything or look at additional funding, it's going to be pretty expensive to expand the landfill just in terms of the engineering. Something we need to think about, to look towards, but so it isn't something all of a sudden in 1 year we've got a $2 million or $500,000 or whatever it may be expense on a landfill. We have a number of years left in this landfill. There's some pushes to go regional. I don't know where that's going to go. I don't know if we'll end up going into a regional collection business. I don't know where that's going. But in the immediate future, I guess I never thought I'd say the landfill was healthy, but I think in this case that they're doing a good job of controlling the waste materials that come in, and I think it's moving along well. There's been some question about hours. Our landfill is only open about 4.5 days a week. The reason for that, folks, is that after hours, they still have to go in and cover whatever come in on that last load. So the fact that the gate closes doesn't mean that the employee is done with his responsibility for that day. We are going to be looking at possibly securing a used pickup for the landfill. We don't need a lot of use out there, but we do need to have a vehicle to go back and forth with, a vehicle to take care of the needs of the landfill, to come back into the shop for supplies and so forth. And we asked the landfill manager, Rusty Christensen, to see what he can find, because we don't need to have a $45,000 vehicle out there. If we can find a used vehicle that's going to take a lot of quick maintenance, that'd be something we'll look at. The last area that I have responsibility for is the Office of Emergency Management. Emergency management was initially an area that primarily fell into the auspices of the Sheriff's Department. And in many counties, it's evolved into other areas. As an example, in Colorado Springs, El Paso County, the Office of Emergency Management is under the commissioners, it's not under the Sheriff's Department. And it's the same thing here. Cindy Howard, our manager, is under the auspices of the commissioners. We have a lot of organizations that have come together, and this hasn't just happened in the last year. It's been somewhat of a history of our county. But we have a very active medical reserve corps. We have a very active volunteer corps. We have a very active search and rescue. And the most important thing is that we, I think, have established very good communication between all of the entities that are involved in responding to emergencies. And we've had 2 real-world situations and a third practice. The first one, as you know, was the Junkins fire last year. We come together, took care of some people who have been evacuated, got reentry kits for them. We've had other groups come in and help disperse those. And the whole process of responding to an emergency and assisting in the recovery was very positive. We had the second smaller response was this last weekend when we had the flood. Our office was open. We had a central command post. The sheriff's department was involved in some of the areas for traffic control. We did have, of course, the road and bridge crew were out. So our emergency people that needed to be responding immediately were on site. About 6 weeks ago, we had a county-wide drill for a pandemic. Every county participated as if we had some kind of an infectious public health emergency. And each of the counties brought together their resources and worked through it as if it were a real life situation. And when we got through, I don't quite know how to say this, but the people that responded under the Emergency Operations Center, the Public Health, the Reserve Corps, everybody that responded, we were one of the top 2 or 3 counties in the state in terms of readiness. And that's come from those folks, not from us. But we were much better prepared, responded more completely, covered more issues than Pueblo County did, or Fremont, or Warren, or any of our surrounding counties. And this, I think, is a real plus. As the example, as we got into this emergency, some of the situations that they didn't have in their scenarios is that we have a scout camp and a campground over on the eastern end of the county, but they're actually in Pueblo County. Well, they're Pueblo County people for response, but the only ingress and egress is through Custer County. So anything that comes out of there will be coming our way. And they picked up on things like this, and it was a, I think, 2.5 day drill, a fairly long drill, but we come out, I think, I was very proud of all the people in the community and how well we were organized to take advantage of that. And I think that's a brief summary. I don't want to take too long here, but a brief summary of the 4 areas that I have, we all have responsibilities in all of these, but that's the areas that I'm the lead person on. Next, I would like to see, Jay, would you like to go next?
I'd be happy to.
You may need to use the microphone.
Okay. While I'm talking, if anybody has, it's such an intimate group, if anybody has any questions or doesn't understand something, please just jump right in and I'll do my very best. I'm responsible for multiple areas within the county. I'll tell you what they are first, then I'll just briefly tell you what's going on with them.
You hear him? Sure. Okay.
Okay. I'm responsible for human services. You're the only one, Bob. Turn those hearing aids on.
I give you the microphone, but you keep talking over me.
Okay, I'm responsible for human services, public health, recycling, affordable housing, useful public service. If you don't know what that is, that's good if you don't know, because when you break the law, sometimes they have you work within the county to work off your debt to society as opposed to paying a fine. It's really nice for the younger people, they realize rather mommy and daddy paying for it, they actually have to go clean up a road or something. I'm also responsible for the airport. Zoning and planning falls under me, and the Custer County movie industry is under me also. Unfortunately, no one's asked me to act in any of them, and no movies are coming this way. In addition to that, I sit on the Upper Arkansas Council of Government Board, the Upper Arkansas Water District Board. I'm a member of the Custer County Early Childhood Development Group, and I try to be active in other things. So let me just give you a brief rundown of all the areas that I'm doing, what's going on, and I'll make it really, really quick. Human Services seems to be in very good shape. Our auditors, we just had an audit done. We had our review Monday, said that our Human Services was in very good shape. The kind of things that go on there, for example, they gave out to needy families or helped with needy families. It's not always just a gift, it might be reduced fee. Over 640 meals. We have multiple children in foster care type situations. We have our food stamp program, TAMF, and just multiple things going on over there that seem to be in pretty good shape and in good hands. Public health has been very, very exciting lately. Not long ago, about maybe 2 months ago, 3 months ago, we hired Alyssa Magnuson as the county nurse. This woman has been a godsend. She is just fantastic. She works with Beth Green, who filled in that position for quite a while. Beth just chose not to be a full-time nurse for the county, so she works with Alyssa. I've got 3 pages of what they're up to, but I'll just highlight a couple of them. For example, just last month, they immunized 36 children. They had 4 adult immunizations. They did 24 blood pressure screenings. She also will be going down, or has gone down, to the Wetmore building, and I'll speak about that in just a moment. She goes down at least once a month. We're thinking that maybe 2 or 3 times a month. It'll get up to that as time goes on. She's certified within the last month 30 people in CPR. She does drug screening. She talks to kids about sexually transmitted diseases and how to prevent them. She's just a wealth of wonderfulness for this community. One of the initiatives that she's just getting started with now is called T21, and that is an effort to raise the age to buy tobacco from 18 to 21. And today she asked the commissioners to think about that, because she'll be coming back to ask us at some point in the near future to authorize that. We recently hired, actually she's doing this voluntarily, we have Suzanne Beck as a medical doctor. Our public health department needs to work under a physician. We had done that with the clinic for many years. The clinic was concerned about insurance liabilities and other things like that, and asked us to go work something else out. Suzanne Beck is a retired MD. She does have insurance. We pay her $1,000 a year, and what that amounts to is the cost of her additional insurance to cover the county of $1,000 a year. So Dr. Beck, bless her, has just come in to help us out immensely. So that's public health. Recycling is just ongoing all the time. You see those recycling bins up all the time. In fact, there was a recycling meeting today that I didn't go to because I was at another meeting in Salida with my fellow commissioners. We had a meeting with the DA. I sit on the Affordable Housing Committee. Mr. Jarvis, Wilson Jarvis, is the head of that committee. Making great strides, and I think we're going to have some wonderful things to report in the near future. And Wilson, if you would like to correct me or jump in, please do so. We've had a study by DOLA that was done 10 years ago about talking about the needs of the county and what's coming up. We're in the process of attempting to get a grant for $10,000 to have that upgraded so we know what the needs are. Something very, very exciting is a company called Cardinal Capital. This is a company that at their own cost will put in affordable housing, and they'll manage it, and it's an investment for them. And they're right now putting in 24 units in Canyon City, and they're very interested in coming up to Custer County, and we're really hoping that we can hook up with them once we have the DOLA information so that we can start having some more affordable housing. We feel the need is great, but with this grant we'll be able to find out what the need really is. Useful public service, I mentioned to you what that is. I really don't get very much involved in that. The court takes care of that themselves, but they do answer to me if they have a question, but they really got their act together, so they don't really need me. The airport is a very interesting operation. First of all, I'd like to tell you, if you didn't know this, our long, long runway is really a taxiway. We have on the books for a runway, but unfortunately a runway is going to cost somewhere in the neighborhood of $500,000, because nowadays you can't just put in a cement slab. You have to put in the lights on the side and Vasi lights and all kinds of stuff that I don't really understand because I'm not a pilot, but it's a major, major operation. It is possible for the FAA to, if we can show a compelling need, it is possible for the FAA to go ahead and pay for that for us. And I've been working with Dallas Anderson, who is the chairman of the Airport Advisory Committee, on trying to get that up and running. We're getting statements from all of the officials in the town as to why they feel it's compelling, and we'll put it into one big package, send it to the FAA, and cross our fingers. We've had some issues with the fuel pump, but looks to me like they finally got this figured out. Zoning and planning, you probably heard there's a small initiative that may impact some of you, a building code in the county. They have reviewed it. We have a meeting. I'm not going to go into that because that's really not the purpose, but I just want to let you know we are having a public meeting to discuss building codes potentially in the county a week from tomorrow. That's August 10th at 7 o'clock. It'll be in this room. And please come and tell us how you feel about it. Aside from that, let me just update you on what's going on in Wetmore. We have a very, very significant investment in Wetmore at the moment. We revamped the Wetmore community building, as I know you know. Donna and I have worked very closely together on this. She's responsible, and she'll talk to you about facilities in just a minute. She's responsible for facilities. Wetmore is in my district, so she and I have worked very closely to get this project up and done. We are within a nanosecond of signing off on it. I had correspondence today with the architect who kind of regulates the contractors. The punch list we think is done. We will, hopefully Don and I, and Bob of course is welcome too, have a walkthrough of the building to go over the punch list. If the punch list is acceptable, we'll release the last $86,000 that we're holding as a holdback, and we'll continue to call that building done. Donna is working closely with the Wetmore Community Board. We want to work out regulation. I don't want to say regulation. We want to work out a plan on how the facility will be used, so that it's used appropriately, properly, and if someone's having a private wedding or something, maybe we can recoup some of the costs. We do have an office in that building that is devoted strictly for the sheriff. He has his own phone system so that the deputies can stop in there and write reports and do what they want without having to come all the way up here and then all the way back again. The VSO, the Veteran Service Officers, has an office that they share with the commissioners, so we have an office to use when we're down there, but it's going to be a shared one. I'm not sure this is really my bailiwick to discuss, but since we all work on it together, I'll just mention it, and if Donna, you want to mention it too. We had a report from our insurance carrier, CTSI, and based upon our loss ratio last year, it has been excellent. If there's going to be an increase, it'll be very minimal increase. They said maybe even there won't be an increase this year in our premium. And who's ever heard of that with an insurance company not raising it every year? So that was really good news. We, as a county, are part of one of 4 counties that helps fund the DA in our area. We had a meeting today with the DA that the initial discussion, although we haven't discussed it as commissioners yet, the recommendation is for no additional increase in the fees that the county pays. So that looks like it's going to help out and work really well. We're getting ready to start budgeting very soon. We're doing, Don will talk to you about, I'm sure, the performance appraisal, the rest of that. I don't want to step on your toes. But we're all involved in that. And, I think all things considered, things are going pretty well.
I would like to have you clarify a couple of things, Jay.
Sure.
You talked about the affordable housing. That is a committee action. It's nothing that the board has acted on specifically at this point in time.
Absolutely. Nothing has come to the board this time. We may come, we being the board, not the commissioner, the board may come to the commissioners in the very near future to ask for authorization to go after the $10,000 DOLA grant. And Wilson, please help me if I'm not correct. The $10,000 DOLA grant to update the study. So, but you're absolutely right. There's been nothing done through the board. The committee itself has no authority on its own. Ultimately, it would be our decision but we're working to come up with a plan to bring to the board.
And I think you also mentioned the airport and the possible expansion or reworking out there. Again, that's preliminary stuff from the Airport Advisory Board, and G is the liaison with the advisory board. We're aware of it, but there's lots of things that we need to, I think, also look at in that capacity. And again, that's a committee report of where we are and things that you're working on.
We're looking down the road to what we can do with the airport.
I just want to be sure you didn't think it was something that we would take immediate action on.
Right.
Okay, can everybody hear me? I'm responsible for 4-H and the Extension Office, HR and Finance, Information Technology, Buildings and Grounds, Tourism. I'm the Fair Board Liaison for the Board of County Commissioners. I sit representing our county on the Southern Colorado Economic Development Corporation, and also representative of our board on the Upper Ark workforce. We had a very excited report today from Ms. Sarah Shields with regards to, and I'll quote her, a very joyful event, that being our county fair. The work done by Sarah and Beverly was just out of the ordinary. I'd like to report that the sale of the animals this year, the livestock sale, was actually higher than it's been for years. Kudos to everybody that was involved in that Fair Board event. Our youth, the superintendents, the families, the volunteers, and the sponsors who supported that event. I'm very happy to report that we just finished interviewing for the permanent position of the office manager. That person, being Diana Kosinger, will be starting on August 16th in the office. Sarah just informed us today that we are actually number 3 in line for the CSU extension position. So they're saying to us that the interview process will be happening in November. With regards to HR and Finance, I felt honestly that the first order of business was to tackle bringing the county policies and procedures up to date. A very comprehensive personnel policy and purchasing manual were updated from 2010 and 2011. The new policies were approved by our Board of County Commissioners on June 30th. One-year evaluations and goal-setting forms are now in place. These are tools to be used and given to all employees before budget hearings in October. And I'd like to note that up until this point in time, increases were given across the board without any justification of performance of our employees. Job descriptions are up to date. And actually effective August 1st, the courthouse hours for the assessor's office, the treasurer's office, planning and zoning, the clerk and recorder's office, and human services have changed from 8 to 4 and are now open from 8 to 5. And that's to better serve our community. These updates and revisions were a major undertaking. It took 6 months to do. And I want to give credit where credit's due, and that's to Mr. Dennis Hunt, who is the manager of administration and grant services of Colorado Technical Services, Inc., for his training workshops for the commissioners and for the other elected officials. Also, HR Finance Director Dawn Hobby, IT Director Chuck Iapolito, and Administrative Assistant Brent Rigetti. With their help, we were able to produce these manuals, and we were ready for June 30th. For the first time ever, we had a budgeting for county government workshop, And that was for all of our elected officials and directors. That was also given by Dennis Hunt, and that happened on July 7th. This training provided Custer County guidelines, 2018 budget preparation instructions, and a timeline calendar to help us. Included in the packet were forms such as capital funding requests, grant information, decision requests, and the Colorado state statutes that we are to follow. And I just want to say that this valuable training showed the need for all of the county officials and directors to work together as a team, because we really need to plan for a long-term plan, which has never been done before. These forms actually include long-term planning projects and capital projects, at least 5 years down the road. I want to acknowledge Donna Hobby and John Paquette on working with our auditors, actually over the last several months. The result was an outstanding presentation to us on Monday with a clean audit. I do want to mention at this time that John Paquette is retiring after 28 years, and he'll be with us through November. So we'll be looking to replace John. Information technology. With the help of Director Chuck Iapolito, we actually got a communication committee in place. And right now, one of the results has been that we picked the vendor CCOM, and they just installed this week the broadband that was desperately needed by our sheriff's department to do their job. So I know they're excited, and I know Chuck is excited. And we're going to take a look at how that works for the sheriff's department, and we may be adding that to our courthouse. The next task that we're tackling is to update the dinosaur of our phone system. The phone system was actually installed by a one-man show, and that person has deceased. So, Chuck is compiling all of the specifications needed by our departments, and ideally, we should be able to work building to building with an intercom system that we don't presently have. If you would see our monthly telephone bills with CenturyLink, they're astronomical. And that's because we have so many outside lines, because the current phone system just dictates the way that's being used. So we're actually over like $4,000 a month in our phone bills. So we're looking to save tax dollars by incorporating a new system. In partnering with the state for funding, we were awarded a matching grant with the SIPA, which is the State Internet Portal Authority. And that was the need for video streaming. That's the area that I ran my platform on. I saw the need to be more transparent and to provide the ability for all to see what happens at our meetings, and also to be able to interact with us at the same time. So we're looking, hopefully, to get this video streaming up and running by the end of this year. The matching grant covered the software only. And what I'm looking to do is donate $7,000 to $10,000, which will be the hardware cost for the project. With regards to building and grounds, we actually received a DOLA grant that was awarded with the previous administration, and that grant was for assessing our county buildings. It was readdressed, and a public meeting will be held soon to inform our constituents of the condition of our county's assets. These buildings have not been maintained for decades. I'm also going to be addressing a building maintenance program for all these buildings, and that has never existed. And I just want to comment that because these buildings haven't been cared for over decades,
The fix is not going to happen overnight. I would just like to state that. Jay mentioned our Wetmore Community Center. Donna and I are working on a building use policy. So we'll be working closely with the Wetmore group down there, that board, and we'll have that done shortly. I know that we've got a rep from our tourism board here. I just want to take a couple minutes. And Brent, would you like to talk about your upcoming event?
Yes. Also, Ms. Bubis is on board. There are 5 of us that serve, 3 new appointees. So Commissioner Hood is our representative on the tourism board. The project that we're working on right now is completing the RFP with a new vendor to stand up a new website. And VistaWorks of Buena Vista was selected out of 5 proposals. And we hope to have that site up in September. It'll be a more robust, more interactive current site that will address the tourism and visitor issues. There are two events I'd like to comment about. One is in my rearview mirror and one's ahead of us. This past week, we just completed the 17th annual Jazz in the Sangres Youth Jazz Camp. We had over 40 young people primarily from the state of Colorado, but also from New Jersey and South Dakota. They were down here from Tuesday through Saturday. Many of their parents came down on Saturday. We had an event on Wednesday, a jazz jam at Tony's Mountain Pizza with probably 125 people there from 6 to about 9. It was a lot of fun. Our campers stay at the West Cliff Inn. They occupy about half of that facility for the better part of a week. It's a nice piece of business for the West Cliff Inn. All the meals are enjoyed at my home, which is a commercial building on Granada Court. The sheriff was notified, as they always are, about all these young people coming in. They wandered between the West Cliff Inn, Coyote Moon, and the school till midnight at night. They're over at our wonderful partner of the school at the band. We've never had a critical incident. We've never had any incident that involved the police department or anyone else for that matter. These are incredible kids. It was a good week. Our partners are Rotary, the school, West Cliff Inn, Dick Sturmer, and the Bowling Alley. Our Rotary Club conducts a meal on Friday, and others. And we'd like to thank our sponsors. There's so much that goes on in the summer month up here. Many of these events are fairly quiet, but they're still of a fairly high impact in terms of what it means to our community. And these young people, Donna, go back to Denver, Aurora, to South Dakota with fond memories of their time up here. The event that's coming up, and I'd like to pass some of these out, is the 2nd annual Wet Mountain Western Pilgrimage. And that will occur September 14th through the 17th. What is new this year is something we call Hoedown. It's going to be Thursday evening from 5 to 8. It will be conducted at All Aboard Westcliff. It'll be an event open to the public, no admission charge, and we'll have food, entertainment, crafts, and other items. Ron Thomason and Heidi Clear will be performing. They'll be our headliners. Rodney Hayden, the Western Troubadour, will also be performing, and we've got a returning appearance by Teddy Roosevelt. Don Moon, a reenactor from Colorado Springs, is coming down, and so he'll be addressing the crowd. Our partners this year include the Jones Theater that will be showing Comes a Horseman, All Aboard Westcliff that will be hosting Hoedown and then have their museum and whole facility open throughout the weekend. Also, we have the Silver Cliff Museum. The ranching heritage will be represented by Bear Basin Ranch in the Wets, Beckwith Ranch to the north, Hillside Grange to the north, and Music Meadows Ranch to the south. Also, we have the Willow School. We hope to have participation by both St. Luke's Church and Hope Lutheran Church. Hope is celebrating their 100th anniversary.
their congregation dates, their members date back to the Colfax colony that came here, I think, from Pittsburgh, and some of the German Lutheran settlers, some of the early European settlers here in this valley. So they'll be celebrating their 100th anniversary, and hopefully they will have some special activities. I'm sure I've left some other folks out, but anyway, it's I left. Oh my gosh, that's and this Dark Skies Board and Smoking Jack Observatory will be doing stargazing parties Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night, open to the public down the bluff. Wonderful, and our huge partner, the Chamber and Merchants Association, represented by Wilson Jarvis, they are hosting Hoedown, and will be the primary responsible organization that have taken on all the logistics for Hoedown. And we're also very pleased to have a corporate sponsor, Painted View Ranch. Ralph and Donna Hood will help us underwrite our entertainment for Hoedown, and also to take care of some other things like a sound system and a stage and what have you. So, branding grant. Oh, that's different. Mr. Bogle, through the Custer County Economic Development Committee, submitted with partnership of others a grant request for branding, and I think everybody in this room understands what branding is. We don't have a clear identifiable identity. I think we all have a sense of what this community represents in terms of our ranching, in terms of Dark Skies, in terms of our open spaces, in terms of in terms of our mountains, our hiking trails, etc. But there's not a consensus about that. So there's a grant has been awarded, and I'll let Mr. Vogel comment on that. But during the 2017-2018, we'll be working on bringing a coherent vision and establishing a uniform brand for the community. Thank you for giving me your time.
You're welcome. I also invited Charles to speak on behalf of Economic Development. A couple months ago, Economic Development was charged with the task of looking for funding for our broadband tower, so maybe you'd like to get an update.
To transition, as the new website and stuff were coming up, it was very...
Can all of you hear him?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I've got my hearing aids too, and I'm plenty loud. No, as the website work was going, we realized that the absence of a brand, and this opportunity came up, and the significance is through the Office of Economic Development and International Trade, we have submitted and been selected for 3 grants under that program that there's no money involved in it, but assets of the state and through through the Office of Economic Development stuff, it basically comes up to we need to be innovative in what we ask for help. So that got this kickoff phone
25th.
Yeah, this month, and from what they told us, it's going to be a concentrated about 8 to 10 weeks that they'll be working with us for this brand creation. So that just kind of reinforces our relationship with Office of Economic Development. As it relates to broadband, we've really got 3 initiatives that we're working from near term to long term. At the end of May, we had the final report on our assessment for the county, and out of that came the recommendation that for 6 towers at the county that would basically increase the available coverage of our vendors in the county from about 40% to upwards of almost 80%. And in our strategic strategic plan that was finalized a couple of years ago, our target was to get 85% coverage in the county. So basically they reviewed, it was 50 or 60 locations, and the ones that we're going forward with are the ones that gave us the biggest buck for biggest payback for the buck. So we're identifying payment sources and grant support that, and learning how complicated it is. That in itself is about a $2 million project. The second thing, and we would, in the best of all worlds, we would have towers up by the end of 2018. That's our goal. There's a bunch of deadlines to work, but that's what we're working toward. The second thing is, again, it came from our broadband strategic plan, was the suggestion that a fiber optic loop from basically Fremont County through Custer County to Werfenau County would strengthen the systems in at least those three counties and improve our throughput and our redundancy and such on that. We're having conversations on that as it relates, and we're basically looking at the plan that goes for that. We've initiated discussions with DOLA, and we will be making recommendations to the county commissioners as both of those two programs come about. The third is kind of dependent upon the what we're calling the Tri-County Fiber. Logically, it will come in close proximity to the two towns, and with that fiber, that gives the capability and the potential that providing fiber to the home or fiber to the business in Silver Cliff and West Cliff could be considered economically feasible if we bring that fiber through the county. So no timelines on that, but that's the logic and the progression that we're looking at to assure the coverage for the whole county. That will carry it as far as technology that we know of right now. So.
Thank you.
That's all?
That's all.
Okay. First of all, I want to clarify the report Charles gave you, I believe, is the report from the Custer County Economic Development Corporation.
Yes.
So when he's talking about for the county, there's been no county monies appropriated this time for those towers. It's purely from the economic development side. I'm not saying that there will be or there won't be, but I want it fairly understood that that was not something that the County Board of Commissioners were intimately involved with. It's something we're working in close association, but this is, and we do congratulate you for all that you're doing. And I also want to thank the Western Pilgrimage. This is a new deal and it's kind of fun. At this time, I think I would like to see if either of my colleagues would like to have any summary comments that they would like to make. Jay?
I wasn't really ready for that, but yeah. I just want to assure you that the three commissioners that you see up here, any and every decision that is made with one goal in mind, and that is it best for the county? Those of you who have come to our meetings hear Bob, Donna, and I say, is this really the best thing we can do for the county? And that is where our decisions really come. There's been a lot of negative press to go along with this recall petition that's being circulated. I'm still not 100% sure of what the issues are, but I'd like to just assure you that the three of us are doing the very, very best we can for this community.
Don?
I would just like to reiterate that I've served this community for the last, 15, almost 20 years at different levels, wearing different hats. And the reason I ran for county commissioner was to serve this community at another level. So for me, it's been a privilege to do so. And I just want to reiterate what Jay and Bob are saying. We're here, we listen, we lead, we take action, and we get results.
Thank you. I hadn't quite expected that tone. I was thinking more of issues in your different departments, but thank you for those remarks. I would like to touch on 2 or 3 things, folks, again in a general nature. Most of you in this room are business people. We had a situation in the county where every 5 years we would give a 5% increase in pay compounded only based on that you were here for 5 more years. And we have situations where we have some of these that 40% of their salary is composed only of a longevity increase. And as you know, from a compounding standpoint, and we do have a banker over here and so forth, you start off here and it's really fine. But you get out here in the tail end of that curve, and that curve steepens very, very quickly. And when you get out there to 30 or 40 years, that 5% for 5 years is a pretty large contribution. So we have reworked that in our policies to where we will, it doesn't affect existing employees, they're grandfathered in. But we were looking now, and our county policy says that we'll have a 5-year longevity and a 10-year longevity, and that will be capped. That's one of the issues we've had to struggle with, because salary takes up, the top end of our salary takes up a lot of our payroll. Another thing that I would like to mention, we've had some questions as to whether we didn't have a weed control program, or the weeds were going to run the county over and so forth. The NRCS has been working, Natural Resource Conservation Service, on the weed control program. They're part of the committee, and they have expended most of the funds that they had received from the Upper Arkansas Weed Conservation District, and I think we've had a very successful time. Today we had a preliminary discussion with the San Isabel Land Trust, and we may be partnering in the future that they become the administrative arm of the weed program. Nothing says it's within the county agent, nothing says it has to be in the county. The county has the responsibility for seeing that this happens. But these folks, I think, have a lot of common interests that include weed control. And we're just starting to talk to them, but that may very well be something. I think we need to involve other agencies that have expertise that we can utilize. One last thing I would like to mention to you folks, and I haven't told my colleagues this either, but I would like to also clarify a little bit on the contributions that are going back to the county from the Board of County Commissioners. I must talk about myself first. I have not taken any insurance money, which I'm entitled to, since the day that I took office. And that's about $12,000 to $15,000 a year. And neither of my colleagues are doing that. Jay has donated some other stuff into the county. Donna, and I don't have a list of all the contributions, but we now have laptop computers that we utilize. They were donated to the county by Donna. The the window coverings in the $800,000 facility in Florence, in Wetmore Community Center, I'll get it right, folks, it's been a long day. Donna also donated funds to provide all the window coverings for down there. And there have been many other cases. So when you see that my colleagues and I are doing what we said we would do after taxes, in Donna's case, those are coming back to us. And part of this, if I'm not mistaken, part of the ability to broadcast or to live stream our meetings, a part of those expenses, I think, will also be supported. So, and with that, folks, it's 8 o'clock. We appreciate your being here. We started off our first meeting this morning at 9, and then we adjourned or went into recess and drove to Salida and had that meeting. Drove back from Salida, and we get to sit here with you folks. I want to thank all of you for being here tonight. And keep the lines of channels of communication open. And with that, any other business to come before the board at this time?
No, sir.
We are adjourned. Thank you very much. Don't run off while you ain't talking to me.